Packages to help take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and use code QUALITY at checkout to get $30 off your order. Send an assortment of mouth-watering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, and even easy-to-prepare comfort meals that are ready in a flash. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code QUALITY at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, a gift that'll be remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code QUALITY at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Hello, this is Mary Jo Jacobson, CEO at San Joaquin Valley Rehabilitation Hospital. Strokes are one of the leading causes of death in the United States. At San Joaquin Valley Rehabilitation Hospital, we are CARF accredited in the treatment of strokes. Our program has helped thousands of stroke survivors to relearn skills and gain independence to improve their quality of life. We work to speed your healing, restore your confidence, and provide you with the skills to return home as independently as possible after a stroke. We offer multiple levels of care, including our inpatient rehabilitation hospital and our 4 outpatient centers. Ask your doctor for a referral to rehabilitation today so you can recover from a stroke with the right type of care at the right time. To learn more about our stroke program, call 559-436-3600. Looking for a meaningful career? Join us at sjvrehab.com. Again, reach out to sjvrehab.com. San Joaquin Valley Rehabilitation Hospital. We're here so you can get back to better.
An emergency resulting in power loss can happen at any time. If you rely on power for basic life functions, the time is now to prepare. Visit disabilitydisasteraccess.org or call 211 for assistance preparing.
The original KMJ, 580 AM, 105.9 FM, Fresno, a Cumulus media station.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Rena Roy. Prosecutors make a declaration in the deadly weekend shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs. ABC's Aaron Katersky on the charges.
Authorities are confident this was a hate crime. The bias crime charge reflects the hate crimes law that's on the books in Colorado. And so the motive, even though police haven't explicitly said it, they do now believe that this was done because of some anti-gay animus, and we will hear from police later what led them to that decision.
The suspect, Anderson Lee Aldrich, also faces 5 counts of murder. The mayor of the nation's largest city says it's time to get serious about ending bias-related crimes.
This hate cannot be allowed to take hold and build and gain further ground.
New York Mayor Eric Adams is increasing security in the wake of target threats. 2 men are in custody. Police in Hingham, Massachusetts, trying to determine why an SUV crashed into the front of an Apple store today, killing 1 person and injuring at least 19. Plymouth County DA Tim Cruz.
This morning was an unthinkable morning, and people are trying to get through it and process what happened.
Some of the victims were pinned against the wall of the store. All but one union representing freight rail employees have agreed to new contracts, but the one holdout could mean a rail strike in early December. New worries about the power grid in Ukraine, with Russia ramping up missile attacks as winter approaches.
The power situation is still critical here. We're in a hospital over the weekend. We met a surgeon, a doctor, who basically had to operate last week in the dark for a moment of time when the power was cut, when he could feel and sort of hear the missiles landing near to the hospital. And the World Health Organization has come out with a pretty significant assessment saying that this winter in Ukraine will be life-threatening for millions of people.
ABC's Tom Sufi-Burridge in Lviv. This is ABC News.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-401-6681. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 for free advice on your situation. 800-401-6681. That's 800-401-6681.
NASA's Orion capsule has completed the first part of its mission.
And liftoff of Artemis 1.
NASA said all along that the goal of the Artemis 1 mission was to send the Orion capsule to the moon and back while carrying 3 test dummies acting as placeholders until actual humans are ready to go. On Monday, the capsule reached the moon and whipped around it, the slingshot maneuver necessary to pick up enough speed to enter Moon's lopsided lunar orbit. While that was happening, there was a nerve-wracking communications blackout because the capsule was on the moon's dark side. It showed up again on mission control video a half hour later. The capsule set to splash down back on Earth December 11th. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Trade between the U.S. and Europe is booming. So far this year, the United States has imported more from Europe than from China, and the U.S. turning into one of Europe's main energy and military suppliers. And reality stars Todd and Julie Chrisley from Chrisley Knows Best facing sentencing for a bank fraud scheme. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Well, good afternoon, and on the roadways we have northbound 99 Avenue 24. Got a semi with a blowout causing a bit of a hazard there. In Kerman on South McMillan Grade at West Manning, vehicle out of gas, and that too is causing some problems. And then in Tulare, northbound 99 J Street, heads up, they're doing a traffic break for a little while longer because they're fixing potholes. So if you're in that mess and want to know what's going on, they're fixing potholes, which I guess is a good thing. Next update, 217. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
Survivors of clergy child sexual abuse in California have limited time to seek justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact Jeff Anderson and Associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-ITS-TIME on 2011 San Vicente Boulevard, Suite 700, Los Angeles, California. Attorney Advertising.
Now, the Valley's Afternoon Drive with Philip Teresi. Philip Teresi. Your calls, your tweets, and your voice are welcome right now on News Talk 580 1059 KMJ.
2:05. It's News Talk 580 1059 KMJ. Good afternoon and welcome to the Monday installment of Your Afternoon Drive. I'm Philip Teresi. Your phone numbers are 490-5858. Toll free. Join us at 800-776-5858. Find the show on social media at Drive KMJ and find us streaming live. Get the video, YouTube, Facebook Live, or Twitch.tv also at Drive KMJ. Joshua Weekly stands by to screen your calls this afternoon. 679 days. No, I'm reading that wrong. Forgive my dyslexia. 769 days. If you or I lied to our boss for 769 days, not even lied, if you and I were presented with a problem at the office, whatever it is you do for a living, maybe you're a tile setter, you're just winding down, you're putting the last corner pieces into place, you're getting the last cuts dialed in, you're going to start cleaning up your job site and calling it a work day soon. Maybe you're an accountant. You're out in the car right now because the kids are on vacation and you're trying to get them someplace so you can wrap up your workday after lunch. Whatever it is you do, if there was something presented to you, if a problem, a real material issue was presented to you, and you waited 769 days to get your boss an intelligent answer, whatever you do for a living, you'd be fired. I'd be fired. If I was given information about the operation of KMJ, if I was given information about one of our local electeds that was going to be essential to you to know, and I blew it off for 769 days, I'd be lucky if all I got was a talking to, an admonishment. 769 days ago, the New York Post, a newspaper, a website that is known for its sometimes kind of snarky and on the nose and even satirical headlines, and certainly a eye-catching front page if there ever was one. 769 days ago, the New York Post published a story about the contents of a laptop purported to belong to the surviving son of a candidate for the President of the United States of America. "769 days ago, a lot of people said, well, it's not Joe, and Hunter was having trouble, and we don't know, we can't vet it. Rather than vetting it, the prior administration at Twitter started blocking accounts for posting the New York Post story that they had this laptop, that they had seen the contents of this laptop. Mainstream outlets all over the country, they ignored it. They poo-pooed it. They said it was not a big deal, that it was probably some kind of Russian influence hoax. Even I was so convinced that it was mudslinging and that we were going to find out that either the contents of the laptop were misrepresented, that some of them were forged. Even I said, there's nothing there. Now, I don't have access to the contents of the laptop, but I will absolutely mea culpa. 769 days ago, I rolled my eyes at the New York Post, a Murdoch-controlled entity shopping around a story about a guy that we all know is screwed up. Hunter Biden's a drug addict, and he has made some terrible choices. But I'm one guy. On the other hand, when a major news organization gets a hold of something like this, our whole function, in my mind, is and has been to make sure that you've got the information that you need to make intelligent decisions about, especially, the political class in this country. Today, 769 days after the New York Post shared their story of the contents of a laptop once in possession of a computer repair shop, allegedly abandoned by the surviving son of the now President of the United States, 769 days later. We get the following from CBS News.
So CBS News has now obtained the data, not through a third party or a political operative, but directly from the source who told us that they provided the laptop to the FBI under subpoena. We then commissioned an independent forensic review with the goal of determining whether the laptop and its data were authentic. Senior investigative correspondent Catherine Herridge joins us with what we found.
These House Republican investigations are coming, and that could be a challenge for the White House as we move ahead into 2023 and 2024. The laptop data that we had analyzed showed no evidence it was faked or tampered with.
Digital forensic investigator Mark Lanterman was previously a member of a Secret Service electronic crimes task force.
There was one thing that got my attention, and that was a voicemail.
It's Dad. I called to tell you I love you more than the whole world, pal. Can I get some help?
That voicemail, apparently from Joe Biden during his son Hunter's drug addiction, is one of many findings Lanterman used to authenticate what is believed to be Hunter Biden's laptop data.
You're confident, based on your analysis, this is Hunter Biden's data and that it's real?
Yes.
This Delaware computer shop is where the laptop's backstory begins. Their records indicate in April 2019, Hunter Biden took his laptop in for repair, but never paid. After 90 days, the store considered it abandoned. Then in December 2019, the FBI subpoenaed the store's owner to turn over the computer and a portable drive of its data.
Whatever happened to Hunter?
During the 2020 election, versions were widely shared by Republican operatives, including Rudy Giuliani.
We have the entire hard drive.
But questions were raised about whether additional files were added to those versions. Then candidate Biden labeled the laptop controversy disinformation.
What he's accusing me of is a Russian plant.
CBS News approached the lawyer for the computer repair shop owner to cut through the noise.
We've always had one clean copy.
And obtained a copy of what he says they provided the FBI under subpoena. Then we went to Minneapolis for an independent analysis.
Were you paid by CBS or anyone else to analyze the data?
No. I wouldn't want anyone to think that someone bought our opinion.
Around the corner, it'll lead you to what we call our imaging room.
Lanterman and his son, Sean, both digital forensic experts, recovered images of credit cards, a driver's license, social security number.
Just the sheer volume of what we're dealing with, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to fabricate.
And explained how files built up over years.
It accumulated over time, which is consistent with normal, everyday use of a computer.
There's some reporting about folders being added.
We have read these articles. We don't see that. So I believe that that's because we have a more pristine copy.
The laptop and its contents have fueled Republican interest in Hunter Biden's business ventures.
Hunter Biden was working with Chinese nationals.
They say this May 2017 email outlining a proposed business deal with a Chinese energy firm is one reason why they have questions about whether President Biden benefited.
We're prepared to subpoena Hunter Biden. We would certainly hope that he would want to come before the committee and clear his name.
Two of Hunter Biden's former business partners, including Tony Bobulinski, who received the email, told CBS News the 10 held by H for the big guy is shorthand for 10% held by Hunter for his father. After the email became public in 2020, the author of the email told the Wall Street Journal Joe Biden was not involved. The author has not responded to CBS News' questions. Mr. Biden has consistently denied knowledge of his son's work or financially benefiting from it.
I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business.
Last month, Senator Chuck Grassley wrote this letter alleging bank records and financial data showed that Hunter Biden and the president's brother profited from a $5 million wire from a company connected to CEFC, the Chinese energy firm.
They're going to look at every part of the Joe Biden administration.
Doug High is a Republican strategist.
A lot of this is also going to be aggressive on Hunter specifically. We're going to hear a lot about the laptop. Who profited? Was the law broken? Was it not broken?
After 2 years of scrutiny, the laptop has not produced evidence President Biden directly benefited from his son's business deals.
That, again, audio courtesy of CBS News. A report aired today, 769 days after the New York Post first broke the story, acknowledging that it absolutely takes time to conduct a credible, in-depth forensic analysis of the contents of a computer. Acknowledging that the process of contacting the former computer repair shop's attorney, jumping through whatever indemnification hoops they're going to require for their client, and then simply physically laying hands on that copy of the hard drive in order to turn it over for a forensic analysis that then will in turn take time. We are talking about probably, truthfully, months of footwork. Months. Not 2+ years. CBS News is, I believe, the first of all of the mainstream news outlets, the big three legacy television news outlets, to independently and substantially acknowledge that was, in fact, Hunter Biden's laptop, and that the contents of that laptop, at the very least, raise legitimate questions about the president's awareness of an entanglement in Hunter Biden's business dealings. there is more vetting to be done. There is more analysis to be conducted. And it may very well be that the evidence is just too thin to do anything with Joe Biden besides filing probably empty article of impeachment papers. But bringing it back to those entities that are supposed to be vetting this stuff, that are supposed to be taking an even-handed and objective look at the people seeking the highest offices in the land. 769 days, that reads like a failure to me. Your thoughts, 490-5858, 800-776-5858. Does this confirm what you already believed about legacy news? Is this a little bit of a surprise that a ostensibly objective organization took this long to get information that should have taken 10% of this time? 490-5858, 800-776-5858. A little bit more on the revelation that the Post might have had something when we get back on the afternoon drive on KMJ.
In Fowler, there is a problem northbound 99 at Merced Street off-ramp. Some water hoses are in the fast lane, causing a little bit of a problem. And in Tulare, northbound 99 at J Street, traffic break while they're fixing potholes still continues. In Kerman, South McMillan Grade at West Manning, a vehicle out of gas on the side of the road. And on Fairmead Boulevard at Avenue 24, that, of course, is in Madera. There is a hazard in the roadway being reported at that location. Our next update is at 2:33. Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped to you at prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 45% off any order during Blindster's Black Friday sale. Hurry, sale ends November 27th. Blindster.com.
Command Center to Rebel. Command Center to Rebel.
Copy, Command Center. What's up?
We've got a heating system in need of repairs. The client is surrounded by old energy-wasting heaters.
Copy that. Tell him Rebel from Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is on his way.
That's a big...
Hi, Rebel. It's me.
Shh. That's a big 10-4, Rebel. Go get him.
This winter, Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is your go-to wingman for repairs and servicing. Save on your utility bills today with a brand new energy-efficient system, offering 18 months, no interest, and no payments, same as cash, on all major repairs and services.
Help! Help! My energy bill is so high! If only there was another way!
Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating here, ma'am, with your cost-saving system. Where do you need me to carry it? With my muscles.
Now offering bookings at leesair.com or call Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating today at 559-296-9555. That's 559-296-9555 to keep warm. CLN 635355.
If you're tired of outrageous gas prices, like many, you're probably considering the switch to an electric vehicle. Charging your EV with solar ensures that your driving is both cost-efficient and sustainable. Our pros at Solar Negotiators are not only your solar experts. We can also install a rapid EV charging station quickly and easily, allowing you to charge 2 to 3 times faster than a standard wall outlet. For your new rapid charging station, choose Solar Negotiators, powered by Solar Maintenance Pros, your lifetime energy partner.
You wash your hands, you brush your teeth, but what about the nose? How do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, and germs. And it's why cleaning your nose, the body's air filter, is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. People try Navage for lots of reasons. Sinusitis, colds, allergies, snoring, things that make it hard to breathe through your nose. But over time, they find that cleaning their nose makes them feel better, a lot better. Over 3 million Navage users have written more than 100,000 reviews, averaging 4.7 stars, saying, "Best product I've ever used," and "Amazing, I love my Navage." Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less, but the biggest payoff is improved health. Navage is good personal hygiene and can help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Every holiday season, it's the same dilemma. Where's the Christmas tree? Where did I store those outdoor lights? The ornaments. Which box are they in? How much wrapping paper do I have? And where do I hide the gifts from the kids? Because if I put them under the tree, they'll be unwrapped by tomorrow. This is Christina Musan. Luckily, I don't have this problem, and you probably know why. Closets by Design. You tell them, I want more storage, and they give you more storage. And it's not just closets. Your pantry, office, and garage too. You show them where you need organization, and like Santa, they deliver. Right now, Closets by Design is offering 40% off, plus an additional 15% off, and 18 months interest-free financing. It's the best deal of the year. Be dilemma-free and give Closets by Design a call. 453-7034. That's 453-7034. Check them out online at closetsbydesign.com. Closets by Design. Imagine your home beautifully organized.
Glow with the flow at LaPoe Spa, delivering the true meaning of a luxury med spa from Santa Monica and Beverly Hills to Fresno, with exciting updates from a new location to becoming LaPoe Spa and Laser, while still offering 2022 Best of Central Valley award-winning aesthetic treatments, facials, and massages. LaPoe Spa and Laser is providing the newest technology in microneedling, painless laser hair removal, skin resurfacing, IPL, and body contouring. Enjoy your favorite medical spa services in Fresno's most beautiful luxury spa. Visit LaPoeSpaFresno.com and follow them on Instagram for more.
It's Philip Teresi on your afternoon drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ Worldwide. You can listen at KMJNow.com or with your smart home devices. Sounds good on those little hockey pucks, man. I'm always surprised by how good those are relative to the footprint they require. Right now, talking about the revelation by CBS News that, in fact, Hunter Biden's laptop, 769 days after the New York Post initially broke the story. The only other major legacy media to have vetted this and ultimately, by the way, come to the conclusion that they were able to verify it was Biden's laptop, the Washington Post and the New York Times. Computer shop owner John Paul Mac Isaac, a mouthful of a name. Isaac says that Biden brought the laptop to his Delaware shop and just never picked it up. They had a policy that after 90 days with payment or contact, you were abandoning your equipment. That was back in, that was back in 2018, I think. The FBI took the original laptop in December of 19. And then that following October, he provided files from the laptop to the New York Post. Hunter Biden's attorney, Chris Clark, he complained to CBS that at no time did any individual, including Mr. McIsaac, have Mr. Biden's consent to access his data or share it with others. Biden's attorney also goes back to the idea that there have been multiple attempts to hack, infect, distort, and peddle information regarding Mr. Biden's laptop and the data contained therein. James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, is the incoming chairman of the House Oversight Committee. And he says that he will absolutely lead GOP efforts to learn about Joe Biden's connection to Hunter's business endeavors. Comer says this committee will evaluate whether the president is compromised or swayed by foreign dollars. This is an investigation of Joe Biden. Now, if you remember, the first document reported by the Post was a document that described the big guy, Joe Biden's attendance at a 2015 dinner at Cafe Milano in D.C. His son had invited a handful of folks, including a representative of Burisma, that would be that Ukrainian gas company. Burisma paid Hunter Biden up to $1 million per year while Dad was leading the Obama administration's Ukraine policy. Documents show Hunter Biden also invited a trio of Kazakhstani businessmen and a Russian billionaire Yelena Baturina, and her husband, the former mayor of Moscow. That pair paid $3.5 million back in 2014 to a firm associated with Hunter Biden. And interestingly, Baturina remains one of just a handful of Russian billionaires not to have faced sanctions from the United States in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There is also records, independent of the laptop, but in part substantiated by the laptop, that indicate that Hunter Biden still holds a 10% stake in a Chinese state-backed private equity firm, and that Hunter's role is to help in acquiring overseas assets. This is the part that all of this bugs me, but here's the part where I start to really get wary that this wasn't dealt with going into the election. It wasn't going to change my vote, but it may have influenced some of the folks who looked at Joe Biden as their escape route from Orange Man bad. Hunter Biden introduced his father to the incoming CEO of BHR Partners. This is this equity firm that Biden's tied in with. Jonathan Lee is the name of the CEO, and Hunter made the introduction in a hotel lobby bar. Joe Biden later wrote college recommendation letters for Jonathan Lee's children. One venture that specifically mentioned the big guy, again, Joe Biden getting a cut. Hunter and James Biden, James being, I believe, Hunter's uncle. Hunter and James earned almost $5 million from CEFC, Chinese energy firm, and a arm of the Beijing foreign influence machine, sometimes called the Belt and Road Initiative. That was as recently as 2018. And by the way, that is also, not according to Fox News, not according to the New York Post, that's according to the Washington Post, as in the blatantly left-leaning Jeff Bezos-controlled Washington Post. I know we've got a problem in this country with newsrooms getting a little bit lean on staff. And especially at the local level, I think it's a real problem. I think it's something that folks should be worried about. I think it's something that folks should be talking to their purveyors of news about. CBS does not have a dearth of resources. That they are not operating on a skeleton crew. And by the way, it's CBS, the New York Times, the Washington Post. It's not NBC, not yet. It's not ABC. And how many other papers and publications around the country have simply not touched this thing, have simply not talked about this thing? I don't know that it would have changed the outcome of the election. I think it would have changed the minds of some of the American people. It would have raised questions that, by the way, are totally relevant to deciding whether or not an individual is the right individual to be the leader of the free world. Now, I don't think that we're going to find out that Joe Biden has been having chummy backroom meetings with the Chinese Communist Party while he's been the president of the United States. China is not our friend. They may be a trade partner, and there, I think, is absolutely a road forward that includes continuing to have diplomatic relations and fair and open trade with China. I believe that it is within the realm of possibility. Some of that belief is rooted in the fact that today we count Germany and Japan amongst our allies, and that didn't look like much of a possibility back in 1944, 1945. But right now, today, China is out to eat our lunch. I was never going to vote for Joe Biden, but I know people who, had they known that Joe Biden was even giving off the appearance of being involved with the Chinese government, that there was even an appearance of undue influence there via a guy who has a lot of personal problems that I hope he is overcoming. I think it could have changed things. At the very least, I think it would have improved the level of scrutiny being paid to an administration on its way in. It's the afternoon drive on KMJ. We got an update of traffic coming with Greg Lane in just a minute. Room for your calls on the other side, 490-5858 or 800-776-5858.
Police in Colorado Springs are still trying to figure out what motivated a 22-year-old suspect to open fire inside the city's only gay nightclub. 5 people were killed, dozens more injured. ABC's Alex Stone is there with more on the possible reasons why.
On the surface, it looks like a hate crime, but the alleged shooter has almost no social media footprint. And Colorado Springs Mayor John Suthers says why the gunman opened fire is not yet known.
Has the trappings of a hate crime, but we're going to have to see what the investigation shows in terms of, social media and things like that.
The alleged shooter had a standoff with police last year, but under Colorado law, details of that are limited. Alex Stone, ABC News, Colorado Springs.
Police say 2 patrons of the club were able to wrest a handgun from the gunman. They used it to stop him, pin him down, and hold him there until police arrived. Investigators say they saved multiple lives with their heroic actions. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Couple of problems on the roadways. First in Fowler, northbound 99 at Merced, right there at the off-ramp. Water Hills still in the fast lane. And in State Route 63 in Tulare at East Oakdale Avenue. Got a car fire and lots of emergency personnel on the scene. Next update, 2:47. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped to you at prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 45% off any order during Blindster's Black Friday sale. Hurry, sale ends November 27th. Blindster.com.
If you have friends or family members that live on base or need frequent access to federal facilities, getting a real ID should be on your to-do list. Starting May 3rd, 2023, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification such as a real ID to access military bases, interfederal buildings, and board domestic flights. And by going online, you can conveniently start the Real ID application process anytime and anywhere you like. Don't miss out on visiting your friends and loved ones in uniform. Start your application online today. Visit realid.dmv.ca.gov.
You can't always invite everyone to your holiday table, but you can give the perfect gift. And for some, the perfect gift is a meal on the table. By donating just $1, Central California Food Bank can provide up to 4 meals for those experiencing hunger in Central California. Donate now at ccfoodbank.org.
Throughout your journey, you have taken care of yourself and don't expect to stop now. Stay on top of your healthcare needs and let Sante Physicians be your guide. If you're eligible, open enrollment is now available and only takes a few moments to sign up. Sante Physicians is here for your Medicare needs with more resources and locations than any other network in the Valley. Your doctor is here to provide you with the highest quality care, and you can act now by calling 559-234-1393. Sante Physicians, the best doctors, the best choice.
Hi folks, Roger Evans here with a few thoughts about Jack Hanna. More than our spokesman, Jack was a Christian. Enthusiastic, kind, quick to help or advise, and he filled a void when we lost Dale. When he said he was riding for the Evans brand, he meant it. So we will strive to honor his legacy and keep running Evans Feed the same way that made Jack proud to represent us. Big boots to fill. Pretty sure he and Dale are singing the jingle together right now. This is Roger Evans for all of us at Evans Feed in Madera, Chowchilla, and Porterville.
Survivors of clergy child sexual abuse in California have limited time to seek justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact Jeff Anderson and Associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-ITS-TIME. 2011 San Vicente Boulevard, Suite 700, Los Angeles, California. Attorney Advertising.
This report is sponsored by CAL FIRE.
Forests affect our everyday lives. Healthy forests provide us with clean air to breathe, quality water to drink, and reduce the risk of large wildfires. Healthy forests are critical for a healthy California. Learn more at foresthealthca.org.
Join Hala Taha for actionable advice from the brightest minds in the world on the Young and Profiting Podcast. Author and academic Arthur Brooks on what success isn't.
The husband was confessing to his wife that he might as well be dead. And I'm thinking, whoa, what's wrong with this guy? I turn around to get a look, and it turns out to be one of the most famous men in the world. The world tells you that if you are profiting, money, power, pleasure, fame, you're going to be happy. And that's a bogus formula.
The Young and Profiting Podcast, wherever you listen.
Teresi. Streaming live on Alexa, Google Home, and everything else. Philip Teresi on KMJ.
Rolling through a 2 o'clock hour on a Monday afternoon. It's News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Appreciate you guys hanging out, especially leading up to the holiday. Oh, my God. I don't know how your weekend was. I spent mine basically running up and down a stepladder across the front of my house for, about half of yesterday. One of the things that I think, and maybe I shouldn't even say anything and I should just go build it so it's available and sell it. One of the things that I think would sell like hotcakes if you made it available, and maybe this is me being just a little bit OCD, and maybe this is me just assuming that other folks struggle as much with the fine motor skills required for Christmas light wiring as I do. Ran the Christmas lights across the front of my house. That was one of the big projects for yesterday. And so where do you start? If you're going all the way across the front, just a nice straight line, and I've just got a nice flat eave line that runs across the front of my house. I start back, a couple of feet into the backyard, so there's a little bit of Christmas light wraparound, and I can also run my wires out of sight of the street to supply power. And pull it along, 2 strands. You get to the, end of the eave, and you go up a couple of feet towards the backyard, because now you're done. You've got your nice little wrap. And I've still got 7 feet of Christmas lights left. So I want to cut it off, wire it so that it works, and B, is weather safe. And I get the shrink tubing and do the whole thing so that it's all nice and tidy and put together, and it's got a clean end on it. And next year I won't have to fool with it. But this year I had specific lights that I wanted. Had to go out and buy the right lights, had to do this wiring, ended up finishing after dark, and boy, there is nothing that will test your nerve like climbing on a step ladder on slightly moist, slightly soft earth in a planter box in your front yard after dark. And to the disappointment of some, I did not break my neck. Got the lights up and they look good. I have seen in stores a Christmas light repair gun that looks to me like it looks like a dog's toenail trimmer. If you could get a splicing device that just clips on where you want to break the lights so that you can take that remaining tail, the 6 feet of Christmas lights that I don't need, put them on another strand, throw them away, whatever. But have it cut, capped, and sealed in a way that it's going to hold up. I mean, I'm not expecting it to necessarily live through like a Wisconsin winter, but here in California, I think just a moderate amount of weatherproofing would be enough. I don't know if it's even possible to build that in a way that would be cheaply marketable, because you're going to use it once a year at the absolute maximum. But gosh, that would have been easier than replacing fuses on that last little length of Christmas lights 4 times last night. Just a thought. If there's an inventor out there, I eagerly await an acknowledgement that I made you rich. So in the local political scene, we've got a couple of races that are still close, that they're still talking about, not necessarily as too close to call, but too close for local media to pick a favorite, for the Associated Press to pick a favorite. It just so happens to be the House of Representatives, congressional districts 13 and 22. I think we're getting closer with District 22 to say and done. As yet, Rudy Salas, to the best of my knowledge, has not yet conceded the race, which in my mind means that there is, at least in his mind, a mathematical possibility that he's going to overcome the 3% lead currently held by David Valadao, which translates to about 4,500 votes, which is not an insignificant number when your total vote count is 85,000. Now, I know there's a few more ballots to be counted still, and we've still got 24 days until the state of California certifies. But it's still out there, and you're not hearing from either candidate right now. The other race that's very close, and that I don't know if it's close enough to trigger a runoff, but at this point, I would not look askance at either candidate putting their hand up and suggesting a recount. Not a bad faith forensic audit conspiracy theory thing, but just a let's dot our I's, cross our T's, and that's the Duarte-Gray race in Congressional District 13. They just had another ballot dump right as we were headed into the weekend, and where that has left the count is less than a point of separation percentage-wise. Right now, John Duarte, the Republican, holds 50.3%. That's 63,539 votes. The Democrat, Adam Gray, and if I recall correctly, D13 actually leans Democrat just a little bit, a couple of points. It's not like the Valadao-Salas thing where you've got a district that went to Biden by like 12 points. It's much closer than that. Adam Gray, 49.7%. That translates to 62,674, which means that we are looking at a difference of 900 votes. And when your count is 126,000, again, I don't want to waste taxpayer money. I don't want false hope to win out for the Democrats here, because I think that John Duarte's got this thing in hand. But I would not be shocked and appalled if you saw the Secretary of State or any of the registrars of voters and county clerks in Fresno, Madera, Merced, San Joaquin, Stanislaus saying, golly, that's an awful near thing. Let's just double check. But we did get another close race resolved today. Not through a recount and not even through a finalization of ballots, I think, but simply a candidate deciding that enough is enough and it's time to look forward. This letter coming from Mark Pazin today saying, friends, it's been nearly 2 weeks since Election Day, and my opponent and I remain separated by roughly 2,000 votes. Tens of thousands of ballots have been cast in our assembly race, with a few thousand more to count. Unfortunately, it does not appear that we have a path forward based on current trends. Pazin goes on to say, I would like to congratulate Esmeralda Soria on her win as she becomes the assembly member-elect for District 27. While we may disagree on many policies and the direction of California, I hope she will serve in the same bipartisan fashion as our outgoing assembly member, Adam Gray. Pazin continues, saying the race was never about me or Soria. It was always about putting people first, after Sacramento has ignored the needs of our valley for far too long. Our biggest concerns will not be fixed overnight, nor was Rome built in a day, but it takes the strength of our communities coming together to lift each other up for the greater good. Pazin closes, saying, as we approach Thanksgiving, I'm proud and thankful to have had the honor of campaigning for your vote. I fought to bring attention to the issues of our communities, just like I did when I was sheriff. I could not have made it this far without the help of my supporters, friends, and family. Many of you have known me over the years, and some of you may have just met me, and I'm thankful for all of you. Thank you, everyone, for putting your trust in me, and I wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving. Sincerely, Sheriff Mark Pazin, retired. That puts that race in the books. Esmeralda Soria will head to Sacramento to be sworn in as an assembly member in that district, D27, which means that Annalisa Perea will be sworn in early on the Fresno City Council dais so as to avoid a vacancy in that seat. And the reshuffling of the deck chairs begins again. I think Pazin's letter is incredibly professional, incredibly civil. He had exactly the right tone. I'm sorry that the guy didn't win. I would have liked to have seen him taking that seat. But my hope was the same as his, that Esmeralda Soria goes in with an interest in bipartisanship and continuing service to Central California. It's the afternoon drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. When we get back, Turkey Day is on the way. Is it going to be cold and wet? What's it going to be like on the road? We'll take just a quick look at the anticipated forecast for your Thanksgiving holiday on the afternoon drive on KMJ. Sit tight.
In Fresno right now, this is kind of a strange story, but northbound 41 at Tulare on the on-ramp, they have a person who is stuck under a manhole cover, so this whole area now has been sealed off while they get that taken care of. Northbound 41, Tulare Street on-ramp. Person stuck under a manhole cover, so that's an area you're probably going to want to avoid for a little bit. In Fowler, northbound 99 at Merced, the off-ramp there, water hose still in the fast lane causing a hazard. Our next update is the 303. It's Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindstir.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindstir offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped to you at prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 45% off any order during Blindstir's Black Friday sale. Hurry, sale ends November 27th. Blindstir.com.
California's #1 selling RV dealer is at it again. Best RV is clearing out all 2022 models. Come in now to receive up to 40% off. Best RV needs to make room for the new models, so everything must go. Motorhomes, toy haulers, fifth wheels, travel trailers, and tent trailers, as well as Class A, B, and C. The selection is endless at Best RV. Best RV has the lowest prices, free dealer prep, and no hidden fees and financing available. It couldn't be a better time to get down to Best RV. Check them out at 5340 Taylor Court in Turlock or online at bestrv.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With CalHope's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our warm line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
Clean and healthy water is essential. To live your best life, get a LifeSource whole house water system. LifeSource removes bad stuff like chlorine and keeps the good stuff like healthy minerals. You'll look and feel your best with softer skin and hair. Love your water, love your life. And a LifeSource system is maintenance-free. They install it, you forget it. For a free consultation, call 559-330-1850 or visit lifesourcewater.com. That's 559-330-1850. Tap into your best life. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-932-4177. 800-932-4177. 800-932-4177.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Lou Rodman has a brand new name, a brand new location that will knock your socks off. Lou Rodman's Patio, Barstool, and Amish Emporium. Let me tell you, his customer base, have really embraced the Amish furniture lines. There are many of them now. Along with Noah Bontrager, you're familiar with him. There is now Amish furnishings for every room in your house. He's got it all. And much of it is available now at the new location. You don't have to special order. You can walk into the new location. You can pick out handcrafted heirloom quality Amish furniture for every room in your house, and it'll be delivered right away. Lou Rodman's Patio, Barstool, and Amish Emporium. Of course, Lou still carries bar stools, hundreds available for you right now. Dining sets, bars. If you still wish to special order, you can. But me personally, I've gone nuts over the Amish. My dining room, Amish. My living room, Amish. My bedroom, working on it. It's next. It's on its way. Lou Rodman's Barstool, Patio, and Amish Emporium. Right next to Fashion Furniture, across from Lowe's. Remember, if you want Amish, pick it out and take it home.
Fall is the perfect season to cozy up in your new dream home. Hi, I'm Gary McDonald, and we have a few move-in ready homes waiting for you and your family in some of our most popular neighborhoods. Enjoy the highest quality craftsmanship and luxury amenities that have come to define a Gary McDonald home without the wait.
Visit our website or call Brian Hurdle at 559-307-1761 for more information. Gary McDonald Homes, California Contractors License number 847905.
Miss one of your favorite KMJ shows? Grab the podcast anytime. Just ask your smart speaker. Get it on Apple, Google, Amazon, Spotify, or go to the podcast page at kmjnow.com.
Rolling up on 3 o'clock on your Monday afternoon at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Good afternoon. I'm Philip Teresi. Appreciate you hanging out. If you missed any of our stories, you can always get the podcast at kmjnow.com. You can also subscribe, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Amazon Music, wherever you like to listen. Just search for KMJ's Afternoon Drive, and you'll have it first. You'll see how quick and efficient producer Joshua Weekly can be with getting content available to the folks who choose to listen that way. So obviously, we're not looking for a white Christmas, at least down here on the Flatlands. I know up in the Sierra, it's been a little different, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is offering a 90-day outlook for, well, the entire country, but we're looking at California here. And they show the effects of La Nina still clearly visible. The pattern in the forecast map shows that the probability of rain and snow, I suppose, most of Oregon, all of Washington, most of Idaho, Montana, and so on as you move across the north. And when you get into the towards the East Coast, the eastern part of the flyover states, you get that lake effect, and you see that potential for rain and snow dip way south, almost to Texas. Northern California, San Francisco, and north, they're saying it's a toss-up over the next 90 days on any sort of rain or snowfall. And then when you get down here, 30 to 40% chance. Southern California, LA, even less. Extremely unlikely that we are going to have wet weather as we go through the holiday. I'm mixed. I love the rain. I love that kind of the weather, the atmosphere, all of that. I can't think of a better way to spend my vacation than hanging out on the back porch, smoking a cigar, enjoying a hot drink, and watching it come down. If you have to travel, this is fantastic news, because is there anything less desirable than trying to get out of Fresno when the roads are wet and the tourists are freaking out? So NOAA says it's very unlikely we're going to see more rain even up into and through Christmas in this part of California. If we do, it will absolutely be beating the odds. So if you're looking for cold, if you're looking for wet, head north, my friends. It's the Afternoon Drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. When we get back, we have a shooting in Colorado, new details emerging from that, and a nonprofit in San Francisco serving one of the poorest communities in the city by the bay, accused of misappropriating resources to the benefit of the CEO's friends and families. We'll break that down. It's on the way on KMJ.
Missed part of the show? Get the Afternoon Drive podcast at kmjnow.com or by searching KMJ's Afternoon Drive in TuneIn Radio or Google Podcasts.
Hi, I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Ben. Choosing the best mattress can be difficult, but one company has made it easy: Clovis Mattress. We've created a simple lineup of mattresses to suit all budgets and, more importantly, all sleeping styles.
But the best part is, all our mattresses are made right here in the Central Valley. We still use traditional techniques and the finest materials, but now every mattress we sell directly benefits the local community.
But that's not the only difference. At Clovis Mattress, we are open by appointment only. Why? Because we want every customer to get the royal treatment, so we can guide you through our amazing collection with no hard sell, no distractions, just the right information to help you find your perfect mattress.
So call Clovis Mattress today, 559-500-2222, or visit clovismattress.com. Again, that's clovismattress.com to book your appointment and secure free delivery from now until January 2023.
Buy local, support local at Clovis Mattress.
Turn to the experts with Carrier.
The following takes place during a team meeting at All Britain Heating and Air.
Okay, guys, ready for another great day helping people?
Let's do this!
Okay, because ladies and gents, what we're out there doing is actually very important. So who can tell me, what is it that we really do?
We fix people's air conditioners and heaters.
Yes, and?
We make sure their furnaces are family safe.
Definitely.
And we lower their monthly electric bill.
That too.
We make their system run like it's young again.
True. And what does all of that do?
It makes people happy.
Yes, and?
Ooh, I like it. Ooh.
Yes, Eddie?
It makes them more comfortable in their home.
That's it. That's what we're doing. Making people more comfortable in their home. So let's get out there and make people happy.
Get All Britain Heating and Air online at
ALLBRITTEN.
Need office equipment and technology to move your business forward in today's quickly changing marketplace? Let the experts at locally owned California Business Machines show you how the IRS Section 179 tax code allows you to deduct the entire cost of Kyocera printers, copiers, and document management systems this year. And you'll save even more with a zero-down lease plan and color copies for as low as an incredible 3 cents per page. But the deadline for these savings is firm, December 31st, 2022. So, if a new copier, printer, and document management system makes sense for your business, call the Kyocera experts at California Business Machines, serving the Central Valley for 6 decades with offices in Fresno and Visalia.
Hello, I'm Susie Santiano at California Business Machines. If you're interested in saving 100% on a Kyocera copier, give me a call at 225-5574 or visit us online at cbmsolution.com. Thank you.
Celebrating a century of broadcasting. News Talk 580 AM, 105.9 FM, KMJ, Fresno, a Cumulus Media station.
It's 3 o'clock in Fresno. I'm Jim Miller in the KMJ News Center. 3 people displaced after their Fresno County home burned in a fire. Cal Fire officials say crews found 3 downed power lines and heavy smoke coming from the home yesterday. They say nobody was hurt. They're investigating. Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission offering to pay overdue water bills. They say the low-income household water assistance program has helped over 400 Valley families receive up to $2,000 in assistance. Applications for the federally funded program for Valley residents, they're still open. Fresno County Sheriff's detectives believe there could be more victims of a Fresno man recently busted for child sexual assault.
Operating on a tip to the Central California Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, the Fresno County Sheriff's Office took 30-year-old Adam Cabrera into custody last week. His arrest Wednesday comes after detectives say they were told he assaulted a girl under the age of 14 inside his home on the 4800 block of East Land in southwest Fresno. During a search of his house, investigators say they also found material depicting the child's sexual assault. Cabrera was arrested on several felony charges and saw his bail set at $220,000. Ruth Michaels, KMJ News.
An ice rink just opened over the weekend in Hanford. It's part of the Winter Wonderland event that began Saturday. Officials with the city's Parks and Community Services said the event is 9 weeks long and includes food vendors. New concerns today about the flow of goods on the nation's railways just days before the holiday season kicks off. Members of a railroad workers union rejected a tentative labor deal overnight. And as ABC's Justin Finch explains, time's ticking to come to an agreement.
A split vote Monday within the Smart TD Rail Workers Union. The group's train and service members voted to reject a 5-year labor contract with North America's top railroads, while the Smart TD Yardmaster members joined the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen to ratify the agreement, which was brokered with White House assistance. Negotiations will resume, but if no deal is reached soon, the country could see tens of thousands of rail workers come off the job in as soon as 2 weeks. Justin Finch, ABC News, Washington.
Here's your weather forecast this afternoon. Look for sunshine, highs mid-60s, calm wind tonight, patchy frost after 5 a.m. Otherwise, partly cloudy skies, a low of 30. Tuesday, there's areas of frost before 8 a.m. Otherwise, sunshine and 63. With news on the hour, on the half, and when it breaks, and always streaming at KMJNow.com. I'm Jim Miller for News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ.
Thanks, Jim. And this is coming in Visalia, northbound 99 at eastbound 198, right there at the connector. There's a collision, possible injuries. Look for some road stoppage because of that accident. And southbound 99, just south of 180 in Fresno, a tire reported in the roadway there. And northbound 41 at Tulare, the on-ramp to northbound 41, there is a person that is stuck in a manhole cover, and they are working to get that situation taken care of. Our next update, 3:17. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
Commercial Radiator, your full-service repair shop for large industrial radiators, ag equipment, or to keep your fleet on the road. That's Commercial Radiator.
Teresi, streaming live on Alexa, Google Home, and everything else. Philip Teresi on KMJ.
3:04 on your afternoon drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Hey, don't forget, we have Trans-Siberian Orchestra tickets coming up. We've actually got a couple of pairs to give away before 6 o'clock this afternoon. You want to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra at the Save Mart Center December 1st. Stick around, and thank you to the Save Mart Center for providing tickets for that giveaway. Yeah, 2 more pairs before 6 o'clock this afternoon. I'm not sure how we're going to do that yet. You don't want to take a chance on winning, by the way, head over to KMJNow.com, hit the link, and go buy your tickets to see TSO at the Save Mart Center. I did a little bit of charity work when I was much younger. I've been involved, and I've advocated for groups here in town, especially having been a part of KMJ the entire time I've been here. But as far as regularly going out and just participating as a volunteer, getting my hands dirty and doing that kind of work, it's been a while. And I was really fortunate that the folks that I volunteered with and the groups that I volunteered for were fantastic and were run by some amazing, amazing human beings. But there's always been just a little piece of my brain, because I saw how important it was, and I'm thinking in particular of the Central California AIDS Foundation. I spent a couple of years volunteering with them, like right at the end of high school, maybe my first year, 2 years out of high school, and they were always extremely mindful of how they expended resources. Not that they expected the people who showed up and worked every day in the office to do it for poverty wages, but they were aware of the fact that they were running a charity and that it mattered that the most resources go to serving the clients. And I remember some conversations about allocation of resources, and just sometimes that resulted in things like, office equipment being a little remedial. I remember something about we can keep thumping on this printer for another 6 months, and that translates to 200 more meals in people's bellies. Go thump on the printer and get your paperwork. But I'm especially now in California with the just endlessly growing homelessness problem that we have here. I look at that sector in particular with an extremely skeptical eye. Now, I try to do my homework, and I go to websites like Charity Navigator, and I talk to people who have experience vetting institutions to make sure that if I'm going to give and if I'm going to get in front of you guys and say, hey, these are good people who do good work, that I'm representing that well and that I'm using my resources well. And the homelessness thing, I've been calling them poverty pimps, and I've been calling them that for a reason. Because I believe that there are people who are trying to work with the homeless, who are trying to work with unhoused persons, who are trying to work with even folks that one might call criminal vagrants, to get them back on track, to get them reintegrated into society, to make them functional and self-sufficient human beings. And I know there's people out there who are doing that and doing that in earnest and making the highest and best use of what resources are available to them. But I also think that there's people in that specific sphere who are less interested in solving homelessness, who are less interested in helping the people enduring that. Whether we're talking about that somebody got overextended during the pandemic and then they got evicted and they just need a hand and they'll be back on their feet and they'll be okay. Or we're talking about somebody who's got a untreated mental illness, or we're talking about somebody who's a dope fiend. I believe there's people who want to help. I also believe that there's people who want to make homelessness as comfortable as possible for the people who think they don't want to be reintegrated into society. And I think that those folks are a very close cousin of the people who go out and talk about how they want to provide resources, talk about how they want to do good for these folks, and really just want to build a nice, comfortable, air-conditioned office where they can hang out and talk about what they do. And if some of that happens to trickle down, cool, but the results matter less than the appearance. And then there's the scammers. And at this point, there is a nonprofit in San Francisco who is now being investigated by the FBI for allegedly mismanaging housing and shelters for homeless people in, honestly, what might be the roughest neighborhood in the city. It's Bayview, 100 Point. The city controller's office released an audit at the end of the week last week that they say shows a pattern of mismanagement and financial misconduct at the United Council of Human Services, UCHS. UCHS has received $28 million in city and federal grants. Officials from the city of San Francisco were so concerned with what was happening at the so-called United Council of Human Services that they actually stopped requesting federal reimbursement back in the spring. They actually left San Francisco taxpayers on the hook for this UCHS group, who now, it is being alleged, was providing housing to people already on their payroll, already on their volunteer rolls, and by the way, who are relatives and longtime friends of the chief executive officer of the United Council of Human Services, Gwendolyn Westbrook. Westbrook sat down with the San Francisco Standard on Friday and confirmed that many of her employees, some of them longtime friends, some of them blood relatives, are currently occupying housing that was designed to go to the homeless in San Francisco. Now get a load of this. Westbrook says that's what we're supposed to do. All of these people were previously homeless, and all of them have the documentation to prove it. She also acknowledges that it's around 20 people. She says it might have been more than 20 employees, it might be less. Westbrook says she has the documents to show that she followed all the rules, although the audit from the city says that records are missing and incomplete. And that, by the way, being confirmed by multiple sources inside the city. CEO Westbrook accuses the San Francisco City Controller's office of lying and targeting her because she is black. Let that hang there for a minute. Yes, I did the thing that they said I'm doing, and no, I don't have the paperwork I need to have to prove them wrong, so they're being racist. Got it? Westbrook goes on talking to the San Francisco Standard, saying the last thing I'm going to do is rip something off. I came up in the city and I have love in my heart for the city, and I'm in Bayview working with my people and anyone else who needs help. I'm going to start stealing from them? Emphasis on the indignity. The controller's audit found that UCHS, which also offers a free meals program, which has been receiving federal funding for their housing sites, had not properly vetted tenants, had not ensured that they were processed appropriately through the city system for homeless folks. San Francisco has its own Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. They requested the review from the controller's office after expressing concern that the nonprofit had taken rent from clients to cover ineligible expenses. In a letter to the FBI's San Francisco field office, the district attorney's white-collar crime division, the city controller, and the city attorney write that they believe that access to housing was illegally sold to some residents. The city brought in a group called the Bayview Hunters Point Foundation to help UCHS with their financial management. The Bayview Hunters Point Foundation also took over human resources responsibilities for about 80 employees of UCHS. And the foundation received a little over $36 million to help facilitate UCHS's work in managing Hope House Consolidated, Hope House for Veterans, the Bayview Drop-In Resource Center, the Jennings Safe Sleeping Village, and a shelter-in-place site out at Pier 94. Bayview Hunters Point Foundation officials were so concerned about Westbrook's bookkeeping, they tried to bail. They tried to get out of it. And the reporting here says that multiple sources have confirmed that San Francisco city officials pleaded with that foundation to stay on because there's so few organizations that offer shelter programs in Bayview, which is, again, one of the poorest neighborhoods, not just in San Francisco, but in the entire region. So Westbrook confirms the timeline of events. She confirms that there's people who are relatives of hers, that are employees of hers, that are friends of hers, who are living in these properties. But she says that the Bayview Hunters Point Foundation is the one that mismanaged the money. There's a lot of things that contribute to homelessness, and we've gone around and around about this over the years. I was talking with Clint Olivier last week about the Mayor Dyer Chief Balderrama town hall meeting with Blackstone business owners who are losing their minds over homelessness and prostitution and street racing and petty thieves, making it impossible for them to function as businesses. And we talked about the homelessness component absolutely having an effect on that. And it should chill anybody who wants to see these people get help. Whether you are looking at it from this big-hearted, altruistic, humanist perspective of that's a human being who deserves to have some dignity and some autonomy and some primacy in how they live their lives, or you're looking at it from the perspective of I don't want bums and junkies running businesses out of my city. Groups like this, I mean, tens of millions of dollars, and she's got her buddies living in the housing. More to come on this story, I am certain, as the FBI begins to pick up the investigation, but look for UCHS. I suspect to feature large in the news, especially as we talk about allocating resources for homelessness, and as a contrast to the folks that are doing good work like we see here in the city of Fresno. It's the afternoon drive on KMJ. When we get back, we'll talk about the Colorado Springs shooting and revelations from witnesses about how this shooter was subdued. It's the afternoon drive on KMJ.
Right now on the roadway, Solari shoot on-ramp to southbound 41, traffic control is in effect there. And in Visalia, northbound 99 to eastbound 198, right there at the connector, there is a collision and some road blockage, and slowdown is also being reported. Next update is at 3:33. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped to you at prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 45% off any order during Blindster's Black Friday sale. Hurry, sale ends November 27th. Blindster.com.
Experience the wonder and light of Illumin Nature. Fresno Chaffee Zoo's all-new cultural spectacular featuring handmade lanterns. You've never seen the zoo lit up like this before. Get tickets now through January 22nd at FresnoChaffeeZoo.org.
This is Christina Musan. I am having the best sleep thanks to the Design Studio by Furniture City. I was shopping for furniture when I mentioned that my neck hurt because I was having trouble with the pillow on my bed. The Design Studio carries a full line of Tempur-Pedic. The pillow is like butter. I know my next bed is Tempur-Pedic. Check out the extensive Tempur-Pedic line at the Design Studio by Furniture City in the former Osh building at Blackstone and Barstow in Fresno.
Remember your first nice watch? Almost everyone does. Keep that tradition alive this year with a watch from Aura Carcasian Watch and Jewelry Company.
Beau Messier, Seiko Presage, pre-owned Rolex, and more.
Aura Carcasian Watch and Jewelry Company, northeast corner of Bullard and West.
Helen here with Chris from Solar Negotiators, the Valley's top-rated solar installer. What have you learned after 13 years in business?
Well, Helen, when it comes to solar, people still just have so many questions. Nowadays, it's about more than just solar panels.
More to solar than solar. What do you mean by that?
While people still have the normal questions about long-term savings, tax credits, and production guarantees, they are also looking at other energy efficiency upgrades for their home to maximize savings.
What type of upgrades? Like a new roof?
Sure. As a general contractor, we do re-roofs. Air conditioners, battery backups, generators, we can do it all.
And with California proposing changes to their solar policy next year, these types of upgrades could help?
That's right. The combined savings from these types of projects can help homeowners reduce the payback time on their investment.
You heard him. If you're interested in going solar, be sure to ask about what other upgrades you can make to your home. For more information or to get started, call the team at Solar Negotiators, your lifetime energy partner.
Fed up with your water softener and its time-consuming upkeep? Tired of undrinkable water? A LifeSource whole house water system is your solution. LifeSource reduces hard water problems like softeners, but with LifeSource you get more. LifeSource reduces chemicals and contaminants for great water from all faucets, and there's no maintenance. LifeSource installs it, you forget it. For a free consultation, call 559-330-1850 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. That's 559-330-1850. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Glow with the Flow at La Pose Spa, delivering the true meaning of a luxury med spa from Santa Monica and Beverly Hills to Fresno, with exciting updates from a new location to becoming La Pose Spa and Laser, while still offering 2022 Best of Central Valley award-winning aesthetic treatments, facials, and massages. La Pose Spa and Laser is providing the newest technology in microneedling, painless laser hair removal, skin resurfacing, IPL, and body contouring. Enjoy your favorite medical spa services in Fresno's most beautiful luxury spa. Visit LaPoseSpaFresno.com and follow them on Instagram for more.
Throughout your journey, you have taken care of yourself and don't expect to stop now. Stay on top of your healthcare needs and let Sante Physicians be your guide. If you're eligible, open enrollment is now available and only takes a few moments to sign up. Sante Physicians is here for your Medicare needs with more resources and locations than any other network in the Valley. Your doctor is here to provide you with the highest quality care, and you can act now by calling 559-234-1393. Sante Physicians, the best doctors, the best choice.
Since he was little, you've always been there for him. You're the cool uncle, the one who taught him how to grass dance, the one who was there when he caught his first fish. And while your health may have slowed you down a bit, it hasn't stopped you from being there for him, and neither should COVID. Getting your updated COVID vaccine protects you against the original virus and the Omicron variant, so you can continue to be there for him.
We can do this. Find updated COVID vaccines for everyone 5 and over at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a beggin' Christmas. We wish you a beggin' Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let beggin' you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of beggin'. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's Beggin'!
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
It's News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Good afternoon. I'm Philip Teresi. Phones are open for your calls, 490-5858. Toll free 800-776-5858. Now, one last thing on this story about UCHS from the San Francisco Standard. They say that folks at City Hall are questioning why UCHS was allowed to continue receiving millions of dollars in city and federal grants after a 2017 audit raised similar concerns to what came out in the report Thursday that has now been referred to the FBI. And I don't know if this is a blind spot because you throw a charity 503 designation onto a group. I don't know if this is a blind spot because folks who are willing to do work that most of us can't imagine doing are very hard to come by. The people who are working in earnest to try and help folks who are homeless, they're incredible. And the work that they do is essential to hopefully, maybe someday, getting folks who find themselves in that position back to a normal life. I don't know if you guys have to do expense reports. I've had a few jobs now where I've had expense reports. I've had vehicle mileage reports that I've turned in, stuff like that. And I have to account for every penny that I come back to my employer with. And this is absolutely not in any way a complaint or a dig on the accounts payable group here at Cumulus Media. But I got a couple odds and ends that I put on my expense report. It's a pretty consistent thing month over month. And it comes out to, in any given month, usually about $40. I know, big money, man. I don't expense coffees and lunches and stuff when I meet with folks to get information on background. I obviously don't do a mileage thing. I live a mile from the office. But I got a couple little odds and ends. Piece of software, a couple of subscriptions, that kind of thing. And 2-3 times a year, I get a question from somebody in the office about, hey, what is this? Why are you expensing this? Does your supervisor, Blake Taylor, know that this is on your expense report? And of course, the answer is always, this is what it's for, this is why I have it, and yes, my boss knows that I've got this and I'm expensing it, and everything's fine. But again, we're talking about charges that are sometimes $5. I've got a piece of software that I use, Adobe Audition. It's an audio editor. And I have my own subscription so that I can have it at work and I can have it at home. So when I want to do stuff on my own time, I've got a professional tool to do it properly. The charge for that software month over month is $20.99. And I have been asked about that at least annually for 5 years now. Price hasn't changed. Answers haven't changed. And the need for me to have that is, I think, fairly clear. And my reasons for having my own subscription instead of taking from the pool of licenses that are available to the folks at Radio City is so that I can have it on my personal computer, because our company is really strong on their IT security stuff. That's $20.99. I'm not sure that I would question my kid about a $21 charge that popped up month over month if I had any idea that it was, oh yeah, that's an appropriate thing for the kid to have. The fact that there's millions of dollars in grants, almost $30 million, according to this report, in the last fiscal cycle. I cannot imagine that much money being passed around without a serious vetting process, without somebody going, take $50,000 of that money and pay for somebody to just go visit the sites that these people are operating and talk to people. Just to make sure that everything's above board. Yeah, it sucks that would be even a thought, much less a necessity. But we know just as human beings, you don't have to be a city controller to know that there are people who will stick their hand in the cookie jar if they think that they can get away with it. You don't have to be a professional accountant to know if a charity says that it's taking money to do something and it's doing something else with that money, that everything needs to get put on hold until the questions are answered, until the why is this being done this way gets resolved satisfactorily. And I really think that in this case, it does rest squarely on the shoulders of the city. Because we're not talking about somebody who mistakenly expensed a box of pens. We're not talking about a $21 a month subscription to some data source that makes life easier for somebody in the office. We're talking about tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. And while I know that there's folks in San Francisco that have tax dollars to spare, they must, or they wouldn't keep electing Nancy Pelosi. To the folks who are homeless, to the folks that are struggling, to the people who are trying to get their feet back underneath them to go have some normalcy, it's a tremendous betrayal. And not only should the charity be held accountable, but I think that there has to be a case made that inside of the city, the folks who are responsible for vetting these expenditures also need to be held accountable. They need to explain why they didn't have more substantial checks and balances in place so that exactly this kind of thing couldn't happen or would be shut down as quickly as it began to occur. More on that story to come, I'm sure. And when we get back, we'll talk about this Colorado Springs shooting. The suspect is in custody. 5 people are dead. Dozens are hurt. And the way they got this guy under control, it's a hell of a story. Right now, though, it is time for an update of headlines with Jim Miller.
KMJ News now.
It's 3:30 in Fresno. I'm Jim Miller in the KMJ News Center. Republican candidate and former sheriff of Merced County, Mark Pazin, conceded the assembly race to his Democrat challenger, Esmeralda Soria, today. Both did issue statements in that hard-fought race. A Puerto Rico man sentenced to 40 years to life for molesting a child from 2015 to 2018. 35-year-old Javier Gonzalez pled no contest last month to 1 count of sexual intercourse with a child 10 years old or younger and 1 count of a sexual penetration with a child 10 years old or younger. Each count a felony, both considered strike offenses. The crimes happened against one girl who was between 8 and 10 at the time of the sexual assaults. Gonzalez possesses 2 prior felony convictions in 2006 and domestic violence in 2016. He will also be required to register as a sex offender for the remainder of his life. Another round of diplomatic verbiage at the UN about North Korea's latest missile test. More from ABC's Tom Rivers at the Foreign Desk.
The UN doesn't like the latest ICBM launch, but seems powerless to do anything about it. UN Deputy Chief Rosemary DiCarlo.
I join the Secretary General in urging the DPRK to take immediate steps to resume dialogue leading to sustainable peace and the complete and verifiable denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
The Security Council gathered to discuss the North's test last Friday that showed a potential to strike anywhere in the U.S. Some experts say it's designed to carry several warheads to overcome missile defense systems. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
Now the forecast from Fox 26's Jim De La Vega.
Mostly sunny with a high of 63 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight with a low of 39. A warming trend will begin this Thursday and Friday. Friday afternoon, high temps will be 6 to 8 degrees above normal for this time of year. For KMJ, I'm Jim De La Vega with the Fox 26 Weather Center.
With news on the hour, on the half, and when it breaks, and always streaming at KMJNow.com. I'm Jim Miller for News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ.
Thank you, Jim. In Lindsay on Avenue 216 at Orange Belt Drive, got a non-injury accident just being reported. Also in Visalia on northbound 99 at eastbound 198 connector, a collision there, and road blockage is being reported. Happy to report Tulare Street on-ramp to southbound 41 is now back and open, and everything is moving along. Next update, 347. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped to you at prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 45% off any order during Blindster's Black Friday sale. Hurry, sale ends November 27th. Blindster.com.
In my 35 years here at KMJ, one of the most successful endorsement campaigns I ever did, like 15, 20 years ago, was with a company called the Noble Truck Accessory Center. Oh, you remember them. I was going through my Jeep phase at the time, and no, they're not a four-wheel drive kind of place, but they helped out. It was beautiful, and guess what? I just bought another Jeep. But listen to me when I say, we love our trucks in the state of California, and the showrooms at either location of the Noble Truck Accessory Center will give you so much in the way of ideas to make your truck all yours and nobody else's. But there's no way that your truck is complete without one of the many products from Truck Covers USA. These covers are untouchable for work, play, and purpose, like on the job, babe. Take a look at their signature product, the American Roll Cover. Their covers protect cargo from theft and weather. And the Noble Truck Accessory Center has got them. All of them. From Truck Covers USA. Ray Appleton and the Noble Truck Accessory Center's back together again. Blackstone and Sierra are out at Sunnyside. Click it. NobleTruck.com.
Survivors of clergy child sexual abuse in California have limited time to seek justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact Jeff Anderson and Associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-ITS-TIME. 12011 San Vicente Boulevard, Suite 700, Los Angeles, California. Attorney Advertising.
Join Hala Taha for actionable advice from the brightest minds in the world on the Young and Profiting Podcast. Author and academic Arthur Brooks on what success isn't.
The husband was confessing to his wife that he might as well be dead. And I'm thinking, whoa, what's wrong with this guy? I turn around to get a look, and it turns out to be one of the most famous men in the world. The world tells you that if you are profiting, money, power, pleasure, fame, you're going to be happy. And that's a bogus formula.
The Young and Profiting Podcast, wherever you listen.
This report is sponsored by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Teresi tackles Fresno and California issues every day. Philip Teresi on News Talk 580 1059 KMJ.
Rolling through hour 2 of your afternoon drive at News Talk 580 1059 KMJ. I'm Philip Teresi. Thank you for hanging out. Phone's open at 490-5858 or 800-776-5858. The suspect in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs has been identified as 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich. Police say Aldrich walked into Club Q in Colorado Springs and immediately opened fire. He killed 5 people. He injured at least 19 others. And the 22-year-old now faces 5 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of a bias-motivated crime causing bodily injury in connection to the shooting. And that's just what they've stacked up so far. He was taken into police custody at the club and had been treated at a hospital. Officers did not shoot at him, although Aldrich remained hospital as of late this morning, when the chief of the Colorado Springs Police Department said that he had not made any statement to the police despite their attempt to interview him for the investigation. In a splitting of hairs awfully fine, the chief said, quote, "I haven't heard that he had not been cooperative, just that he is simply determined not to speak with investigators." The chief also says he expects charges will be formally filed relatively soon after Aldrich is released from the hospital. Cops say 2 firearms were recovered at the scene, a long rifle that Chief Vasquez described as an AR-style weapon. The suspect had also possessed a handgun, though the long rifle seems to have been the main weapon used in the shooting. 2 law enforcement sources told CNN records indicate the suspect purchased both weapons, and at this point that says that it was a lawful purchase. CNN hasn't been able to confirm exactly when the purchases were made. The gunman was wearing a military-style flak jacket and started shooting as soon as he walked through the door. There's video circulating now, by the way, of this suspect being taken into custody back in 2021 after a bomb threat that he made. So if you see that Ring doorbell porch cam video of Aldrich being taken into custody, that's not subsequent to the shooting that we had this weekend. This was almost 2 years ago now. That was because of a bomb threat that he made that required that his mother's neighbors be evacuated. Now, the police say that what happened inside Club Q only lasted a few minutes because people inside the club were able to subdue this guy. Chief Vasquez says at least 2 heroic people inside the club confronted and fought with the suspect. As I understand it, one of these guys got a hold of his handgun and straight up pistol whipped him, knocked him out, knocked him down, and they were able to get on top of him and keep him from killing more people. One cop says that the guy who took the pistol and cracked him over the head, saved dozens and dozens of lives. Quote, stopped the man cold. Everyone else was running away and he ran towards him. One of the people who stopped the gunman was injured, although they're saying that it was not a life-threatening injury. The second person involved in stopping him wasn't hurt. But going back to 2021, the now 22-year-old suspect was arrested in connection with a bomb threat that had led to a standoff at his mom's house. A news release from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at the time said that they had evacuated multiple homes around the house. That footage from the Ring doorbell, like I said, that's now in circulation. That was popping up on the 24-hour infotainment networks as of just a couple of minutes ago. When the cops showed up and said that they were there to take him out of the house, Aldrich can be heard on video saying, and I've got to paraphrase here a little bit, I've got the cops outside. Look at that. They've got a bead on me. You see that right there? The blankety blank cops got their blanking rifles out. He says, if they breach, I'm going to blow it to hell. So come on in, boys. Let's see it. Crisis negotiators from the police department were able to get him finally to leave the house. And they were able to, of course, prevent the bomb from going off and harming anybody. The DA's office never filed formal charges. So his arrest in connection to the bomb threat would not have shown up on background checks. The case was never adjudicated. The charges were dropped. The records were sealed. It's unclear what prompted the sealing of the records, but because of that, there was nothing to stop him from going about his business. Where's the red flag law here? I can't speak for everybody, and I'm wary of anything that infringes on law-abiding citizens exercising their rights, any of them. You've got a nut who allegedly built a bomb in his mother's house, who was challenging the cops to come and get him. He has a history of at least attempted violence, implied violence, threats of violence. Colorado has red flag laws. Where was the family on this? Where were the people who knew this guy? I understand that his cronies in whatever internet chat room that he was using to rationalize what I'm sure ultimately resulted in this weekend shooting. I understand they're not going to do anything for anybody else. The internet's the internet. It's full of trolls and knuckleheads that they'll be ready to tell you they knew it was coming. They'll be ready to share screenshots with you, but they'd never step in and stop it. Not his mom, not his girlfriend, not his boss, not somebody he went to high school with. This guy's 22 years old. There's nobody who looked at this cat's behavior and said, you know, maybe we shouldn't let him run around with the boomstick. And I know red flag laws can't be a catch-all. They can't be a perfect solution. I don't know if this is a Colorado thing, because Colorado, and especially this region of Colorado, has the lowest per capita invocation, the lowest rate per capita of invocation of red flag laws of any jurisdiction where they exist. Meanwhile, you go to Florida, and they have had thousands of red flag law invocations. As yet, I have not heard out of Florida any substantiated story of the much dreaded vindictive ex-girlfriend. Now, I know there's a lot more information to come on this guy. I know there's a lot more information to come about what he was posting, what he was saying, why he chose this particular target. There's speculation that it was at least in part because this gay nightclub was hosting drag shows. And drag queens seem to have been turned into level 1 boogeymen lately. There's a lot of details still to come on this, and I'm expecting that we're going to find out that somewhere this guy's got a social media presence or a blog or a Reddit account where we're going to see that this dude was getting increasingly agitated, increasingly paranoid, increasingly angry at the gay community, and that's what led to this moment. I just don't believe that this guy showed up in a flak vest with a hunting rifle and a pistol on his hip and pockets full of ammo on a lark one day. And what a remarkable thing that the patrons waded in on him and ended up cracking him over the head with the butt of his own pistol to get him to stop long enough to get him under control and save some lives. It's a sick, sad story, and I know we're going to learn a lot about this guy between now and then, and I pray we get through the holidays without much more of this. It's the Afternoon Drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ.
Right now in Lindsay, Avenue 216 at Orange Belt Drive, they're cleaning up from a non-injury accident. Visalia, northbound 99 to eastbound 198, right there to connector. 3 vehicles involved in that collision. And we have in Fresno, eastbound 180, just east of 41, a garbage can in the roadway. And northbound 99 at Clovis Avenue, got an injury accident being reported there. Next update, 4:03. I'm Greg Lane, KMJ Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped to you at prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 45% off any order during Blindster's Black Friday sale. Hurry, sale ends November 27th. Blindster.com.
Going halfway isn't the best way. For instance, would you give your child half a bike helmet?
You sure this is safe?
Or go out in a storm with half an umbrella?
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Would you settle for half a haircut?
I don't think we're done.
Don't go halfway, especially with your immunity to COVID-19. Stay up to date with your vaccines and boosters. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find one near you. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Class, I have a question for you. Who's been the number 1 team in realty in Fresno Clovis since 2011? Who sold over 6,750 homes since 1971? Who has more 5-star reviews on Google and Zillow than anybody? And whose name sounds like a foreign rugby club? The Zuber Team. Z-U-B-E-R. Zuber Team. And their sport is getting your home sold. And they do this with so many innovations. The trade-up program, the instant cash offer, that's a biggie, and also helping with repairs. You got a few things that need to be done, that need to be touched up before you sell? Darren can get a lot of help for your home, and it'll be in great shape. So when it hits the market, you will get every penny that you ask for. That impeccable team, the Zuber Team, led by Darren and Daryl. Click ZuberTeam.com or Google Zuber Team. I am actually thinking about downsizing. Yeah, so you know who I'm going to use if it comes to that.
License number 1213700.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Hey, Nissan, how do you get to the top?
Calculating. Proceed to 1959. Take a hard left in East Africa at the 71 Safari Rally. Veer right for 19 off-road championships in the Baja Desert. Proceed towards Moab. Take the trail to Hell's Revenge. Include steep incline. Continue for the next 1,000,000 miles.
Where to first again?
60 years, millions of miles, and the capability to take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Hi, I'm Chance Munger. My family grows pistachios in Kern County, California. Kids love cracking open pistachios and eating them, and that's good because pistachios have no sugar. Kids need all the good stuff that's in pistachios like protein and antioxidants. So when you buy snacks for your kids, think about healthy snacks we can crack open. The Fun Snack, California Pistachios.
Learn more from American pistachio growers at americanpistachios.org.
Sometimes the grass really is greener when you live on the green. Hi, I'm Gary McDonald, and our highly anticipated gated community at Clubview is finally here. Located along the first hole of the beautiful Copper River Country Club, these lots have some of the best views of the course and iconic clubhouse, with new plans and elevations to fit your lifestyle. You can be near it all, but far from ordinary.
Visit our website or call Brian Hurdle at 559-307-1761 for more information. Gary McDonald Homes, California Contractors License number 847905.
Folks, there have been some fumbles on the way to the big game, but he's not getting some help to get it done tonight. Here's the throw. He might go all the way. Touchdown!
Regain and optimize your sexual performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to help that bedroom touchdown. Pacific Men's Clinic, safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 559-550-6771. That's 559-550-6771.
Vote on the Daily Buzz question at KMJNow.com. Sponsored by the Boz Allergy, Asthma, and Sinus Center.
It's News Talk 580, 1059 KMJ worldwide. You can listen at KMJNow.com. If you missed any part of the show, you can also get the podcast, KMJNow.com, or subscribe. Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, TuneIn, anywhere you like to listen. Just search for KMJ's Afternoon Drive. It's time for a little palate cleanser. Something nice, something family friendly. How about ice skating? We'll start with the Yosemite Ice Skating Rink. It is specifically the Curry Village Ice Skating Rink. Now open. If you've never seen this, it is jaw-droppingly beautiful. You've got an incredible line of sight to Half Dome. It is exactly what you would hope that ice skating in Yosemite would look like, man. And the waterfalls are still flowing, although there's snow on the ground. They have not frozen up, so you're going to be able to enjoy that. The ice skating sessions during the week, they've got a noon to 2:30, a 3:30 to 6, and a 7 to 9:30 p.m. session. Weekends and holidays, 4 sessions spread out, 8:30, noon, 3:30, and 7 p.m. And I honestly don't know what the reservation situation is at Yosemite now, so you might go to the park's website and make sure that you've got a spot before you start driving up there. But speaking as somebody who learned to ice skate in a shopping mall, this is a really beautiful, really cool way to spend a little bit of time with the family. I would imagine it's going to get busy on the weekend. Down in Hanford, their Winter Wonderland has opened up. They actually opened the doors on Friday, and the Winter Wonderland's open through January 8th. They've got an ice skating rink, a lounge, a huge gingerbread house. That's a new feature to the Winter Wonderland in Hanford. Skating times. They've got 4 to 9:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Winter break, which down in Hanford's the 19th of December through the 8th of January, 2 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. And weekends, they are open for you to come check it out and hit the ice, noon to 9:30 p.m. If you want to get tickets, you got to purchase them through the website. That includes 90 minutes of skating and skate rentals, $18 for adults, $16 for kids 3 to 12, as well as military and seniors. And we'll post the link up so you guys can find these tickets on social media at Drive KMJ.
Missed part of the show? Get the Afternoon Drive podcast at KMJNow.com or by searching KMJ's Afternoon Drive in TuneIn Radio or Google Podcasts.
Lou Rodman has a brand new name, a brand new location that will knock your socks off. Lou Rodman's Patio, Barstool, and Amish Emporium. Let me tell you, his customer base, have really embraced the Amish furniture lines. There are many of them now. Along with Noah Bontrager, you're familiar with him. There is now Amish furnishings for every room in your house. He's got it all, and much of it is available now at the new location. You don't have to special order. You can walk into the new location. You can pick out handcrafted heirloom quality Amish furniture for every room in your house, and it'll be delivered right away. Lou Rodman's Patio, Barstool, and Amish Emporium. Of course, Lou still carries bar stools, hundreds available for you right now. Dining sets, bars. If you still wish to special order, you can. But me personally, I've gone nuts over the Amish. My dining room, Amish. My living room, Amish. My bedroom, working on it. It's next. It's on its way. Lou Rodman's Barstool, Patio, and Amish Emporium. Right next to Fashion Furniture, across from Lowe's. Remember, if you want Amish, pick it out and take it home.
As a California grower, you understand the fight against salts in your soil. If your crops are affected by salts, you need Retrosol. It's a unique bionutritional product designed to improve crop health on saline soils. Retrosol by Valagro helps flush out harmful salts, improving soil structure and plant health. To learn more, come see us in booth 1934 at the Almond Conference. Go to valagrousa.com or call 559-287-7724. Retrosol, protecting crops from high salt stress.
Here's something to think about. If you were to replace your car's engine with your riding lawnmower's engine, you notice a big difference in performance and acceleration. When you look at the power-to-weight ratio, that's what truckers deal with every single day. With Valley Ag operations in full swing, you'll be seeing a lot more trucks on the road. E.M. Tharp and Golden State Peterbilt would like to remind you that although these trucks seem like an inconvenience, respect them. They're actually a necessity. So the next time you're at home, in your car, or shopping online, think about this. Everything you see has been or will be on a truck at some point. E.M. Tharp and Golden State Peterbilt, the transportation people. Visit us online at emtharp.com.
Throughout your journey, you have taken care of yourself and don't expect to stop now. Stay on top of your healthcare needs and let Sante Physicians be your guide. If you're eligible, open enrollment is now available and only takes a few moments to sign up. Sante Physicians is here for your Medicare needs with more resources and locations than any other network in the Valley. Your doctor is here to provide you with the highest quality care, and you can act now by calling 559-234-1393. Sante Physicians, the best doctors, the best choice.
The story of the nurse and the foot pain that nearly brought him down.
I feel like I'm giving people their lives back.
Robert lived to take care of his patients, but he couldn't do it unless he took care of his foot pain.
I have plantar fasciitis. It'll almost put you on your knees. That's how much it hurts.
His own recovery started when he got fitted for arch supports at the Good Feet store.
Now that I'm pain-free, I can make these people feel better.
Can't beat that. Stop by or schedule your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Step into your Good Feet store in Fresno, Merced, and Visalia.
Since he was little, you've always been there for him. You're the cool uncle, the one who taught him how to grass dance, the one who was there when he caught his first fish. And while your health may have slowed you down a bit, it hasn't stopped you from being there for him, and neither should COVID. Getting your updated COVID vaccine protects you against the original virus and the Omicron variant, so you can continue to be there for him.
We can do this. Find updated COVID vaccines for everyone 5 and over at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system. Had this been an actual emergency, official instructions would have followed the tones you just heard. This concludes the test of the emergency alert system.
Hard water problems? Ray Appleton here with a solution. It's LifeSource Water. You'll taste and feel the difference. Click lifesourcewater.com, 559-449-8822.
News Talk, 580 AM, 105.9 FM, KMJ, Fresno, a Cumulus Media station.
KMJ.
It's 4 o'clock in Fresno. I'm Joe Miller in the KMJ News Center. Police investigating an armed robbery involving teenagers in North Fresno. A group of 3 to 4 teens allegedly robbing 2 15-year-olds at the River Park Shopping Center on Saturday afternoon. Police said one of the victims injured when a suspect pistol whipped them. The suspects made off with their cell phones, some clothing, jewelry, and cash. No one's been arrested. The investigation is ongoing. A man accused of firing a gun into a Porterville motel room back on November 13th is now behind bars.
Porterville police officers were responding to the call about a shooting at a motel. When they arrived, they found vehicles in at least one room with bullet holes. Officers learned 29-year-old Miguel Cervantes was arguing with several people inside the room before he fired several rounds into the building. Officers say Cervantes then left in a car. Officers learned he was previously a convicted felon and a documented gang member. 5 days after the incident, officers got a warrant to search Cervantes' home. While searching the home, they found 2 handguns, one of which matched the gun used in the shooting. Cervantes was then arrested and is now facing several charges.
A church in East Central Fresno damaged after a truck crashed into it over the weekend. 2 caretakers staying at the Second Chance Foursquare Ministry overnight. When the truck slammed into the building Saturday, Jose Gonzalez says the driver hit a pole, which stopped the truck from hitting him and doing more damage to the building. Church able to hold Sunday services, but some repairs are still needed. Police are adding protection at synagogues in New York. It follows the weekend arrest of 2 men in connection with a threat to attack. ABC's Aaron Katersky has more.
21-year-old Christopher Brown told police he has a sick personality, and court records said he tweeted that he was going to ask a priest if he should become a husband or shoot up a synagogue and die.
This was not an idle threat.
Mayor Eric Adams said police recovered a Glock semi-automatic firearm with an extended magazine, a large hunting knife, and a Nazi armband after they arrested Brown and a companion, both of whom have pleaded not guilty. The NYPD and the New York State Police are increasing security at synagogues through the holidays. Aaron Katersky, ABC News, New York.
Now the forecast from Fox 26's Jim De La Vega.
Mostly sunny with a high of 63 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight with a low of 39. A warming trend will begin this Thursday and Friday. Friday afternoon, high temps will be 6 to 8 degrees above normal for this time of year. For KMJ, I'm Jim De La Vega with the Fox 26 Weather Center.
With news on the hour, on the half, and when it breaks, and always streaming at KMJNow.com. I'm Jim Miller for News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ.
Thank you, Jim. Southbound 41 at Children's Boulevard got a hazard being reported in the roadway there. I got no details on it, but look for some slowdown. Also in Coarse Gold, southbound 41 by the Black Hawk Lodge, there is a non-injury accident. In Fresno, northbound 99 at Clovis Avenue, they're dealing with an injury accident at that location. Next update is at 417. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino. Your calls, your tweets, and your voice are welcome right now.
I just think you're flat wrong.
The Valley's Afternoon Drive with Philip Teresi on News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ.
4:04 on your afternoon drive. It's News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Good afternoon. My name is Philip Teresi. Appreciate you being here. We will get to special counsel. Was it a cop-out by Merrick Garland? Is it a wise, prudent, necessary move ahead of Republican control of the House? Because the January 6th committee is going to release all the evidence they've collected within the month because, of course, the January 6th committee is going to go bye-bye as we trade control here at the first of the year. We'll get into that. But to start the hour, I want to start with something important on a different level. If you've got kids, if you've got grandkids, if you ever listen to pop music or country music for that matter, you know exactly who Taylor Swift is. And I have nothing bad to say about her. She was in a movie that my wife rented this weekend, Amsterdam, and she isn't in it for long, but fun to watch. Based on the interviews, based on stories from Greg Lane from when she was a kid just getting started, she seems like a nice lady. I have nothing bad to say about the woman. It's not her music isn't my cup of tea, but I'm not going to switch the channel if it pops on. She is, however, one of the most successful and beloved artists currently working and has a staggering and loyal fan base, which both makes her a target for inflated ticket prices and also for the scalpers and bots that will try and dive in ahead of you so that somebody can make a killing on the secondary market. And they did this combination of sales and pre-sales via Ticketmaster. And it's one of those things that radio people are always really, really careful when they talk about Ticketmaster, because Ticketmaster is the biggest ticketing enterprise in the Western world. And they control a tremendous amount of live entertainment business. And bordering on monopolistic even. And I always hear little rumblings about, is there going to be an antitrust thing? Is somebody going to go after Ticketmaster? I don't know if the United States Congress will take it seriously and do anything about it. But I think the Swifties might. There was an absolute disaster in trying to move tickets for Taylor Swift's upcoming concert. So they did this, and this is something, if you haven't bought concert tickets online, you're probably not familiar with the pre-sale, the never-ending pre-sale and special sale and VIP sale stuff. Every concert of any consequence, they will have at least two different tiers of pre-sale. And in the case of Taylor Swift, they had a verified fans pre-sale where a combination of the Taylor Swift fan club and Ticketmaster went ahead to try and vet people who were willing to get registered and prove their identities. This was specifically to weed out the bots and the scalpers. Following that would be a pre-sale for Capital One credit card holders. And if you've got an Amex, if you've got, if you're with certain banks, you know all about this. And then finally, they would have their general public on sale. They started running into problems with the verified fans pre-sale because actual, real, honest-to-God verified fans, people who follow her and love her and so on and so forth, couldn't get verified. Ticketmaster, it sounds like, may not have been able to handle the level of interest in people getting verified to say, I'm a real person and I really love this artist, so let me buy tickets first. I was listening to a story from the Wall Street Journal this weekend. One of their journalists was talking about trying to buy tickets for his daughter. His daughter's in college and is working and was not going to be able to sit down in front of her computer for the Capital One presale. So this family was not able to get verified through the Verified Fans program. Okay, that's sad, but if the level of interest hits a certain point, I suppose that's going to happen. Capital One presale is really easy. Use a Capital One credit card. Log in through your Capital One account. That should solve that problem. And this guy tells this story about logging into the Capital One presale, and you've got a waiting room, and you've got a lobby, and then you've got a queue. And so this guy sat in front of his computer for hours to get through the lobby, to get through the waiting room, to finally get into the queue to actually eventually buy tickets. And he started out in the queue at number 2,000. And he sat there and he watched his place in the queue slowly eke by. And he thought, well, at the rate this is going, I may be able to buy the tickets for her before the doors for the show actually open in 3 months. And he for hours sat in front of the computer until he got to, if I recall correctly, number 1,400 and change in a queue of 2,000. But the counter was moving. It was clicking by. We were moving forward, slowly marching towards this destiny of buying a pair of tickets for his beloved daughter who's in college, who's working, who's being productive, and what a wonderful thing that he's going to be able to do this for her. And then Ticketmaster just goes, can't get logged in, can't get the site to come on. doesn't have the tickets. Apparently, that happened to millions of people all over the country. The fans are so angry that Taylor Swift felt compelled to speak up about it. Now, here you want to talk about an artist taking their future in their hands. Guys, it could be the Beatles reuniting after 2 resurrections. They're still not going to mouth off to Ticketmaster. But Taylor Swift popped up on her social media and said, quote, "I'm not going to make excuses for anyone because we asked them being Ticketmaster, multiple times if they could handle this kind of demand, and we were assured they could. It's truly amazing that 2.4 million people got tickets, but it really ticks me off that a lot of them feel like they went through several bear attacks to get them. In the meantime, millions more fans do not have tickets." I think that buying stuff online is great. I really do. I think that being able to get stuff online is great. And we're never going to come back from that. We're never going to walk away from that. But you've got Ticketmaster. First, there was the variable pricing model that seems to have, of all places, really blown up in their face for the Blink-182 reunion tour. Which the Blink-182 reunion tour is going to be really, really exciting to guys my age working on their 3rd wife and their 4th child support payment. It's going to be the dude who's 43 years old and still wears white arnets and a backwards ball cap. That's the crowd there. Otherwise, it's a nostalgia thing. If I'm going to go see Blink-182, it's because I got the tickets for free. I wouldn't pay to go to that show. But that variable pricing, this nostalgia novelty tour, what should have been tickets in the neighborhood of $100 suddenly jumped up to $600, $800, $1,200 because of surge pricing. Now you've got arguably one of the top 5 most successful artists of the past 20 years, certainly one of the most successful artists of the moment, and a fan base that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over the woman, coming out and saying, there's a problem here. This isn't all right. How much of this could be solved if Ticketmaster, rather than doing the never-ending hoop-jumping online pre-sales, went back to a box office pre-sale model? We're going to sell the tickets at the box office at the respective venues. Or you can come to a Ticketmaster location. Remember going to Sam Goody's? Remember going to Warehouse, buying a concert ticket there? And I know neither of those things exist anymore, but put them in Hot Topic. Put them at McDonald's. There's got to be a place where, with everything else, we've got to have a way to print tickets. Do a venue pre-sale. Call it a throwback and make the first 20%, 30%, 50% of tickets available at the venue exclusively. 24 hours before we're doing anything online. If you want to come camp out, if you want to come stand in line, if you want to get your parka and your hot cocoa and your comfortable lounge shoes, and you want to be out here and wait for these tickets in person, you obviously mean it more than the bot that's waiting for Ticketmaster.com to release another batch of tickets. Set the limit at something reasonable. An individual can buy 4 tickets or 8 tickets, something like that. Yeah, you're still going to have scalpers that come out and do that stuff, but you've got that online anyways. Sell the tickets in person first, and then open up the online. Because the diehards, the really, truly over-the-moon fans, they went to the venue. They stood in line. And now you've got an opportunity to sell the other half or 2/3 of the tickets online for whatever rapacious and insane ticket prices that you want. There has to be a better way. And Ticketmaster has to find it, because Ticketmaster is the the biggest event ticketing concern in the Western world, and two, does seem to be kind of dancing around this borderline monopolistic situation where an artist like Taylor Swift can't go to a smaller purveyor, sometimes because the venues are locked into exclusive contracts if they're not owned by Ticketmaster's parent company. Sometimes because they just don't have the computing power, they don't have the capacity to handle that kind of demand. But for the artist to pop up and criticize Ticketmaster, she might be one of the few who can actually get away with doing it at this point in time. Another musician making waves of his own. I think this gets into the shrugging and who cares department. Kanye West has announced he's running for president in 2024. He learned from the greatest professional attention seekers and self-marketers in the information age. He got 60,000 votes in the 2020 presidential election. After all this anti-Semitic stuff, does he get anything? I know that there's nobody who's taking him seriously, but does he get a bite because of the trolls? And is there anybody who cares less than I do? I doubt it. It's the Afternoon Drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Thanks for sticking around.
In Fresno right now, southbound 99 at Clinton, they have a non-injury accident being reported there. Southbound 41 at Children's Boulevard exit, there is some hazards being reported in the roadway. Southbound 41 at Blackhawk Lodge up in Coarsegold, the non-injury accident there has been moved off the roadway, so it's now not affecting southbound 41 traffic. Next update, 4:33. Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
We always fix what you need fixed. Auto House of Clovis.
Hey y'all, this is Gabe Navarro with a pro tip from Auto House of Clovis. Your vehicle is one of your biggest investments and one of the few items you need to be able to depend on. Your vehicle has been there for you through thick and thin, and we intend to keep it that way. We know times are a little uncertain these days, but our commitment to quality, reliable service is always guaranteed. At Auto House of Clovis, we aim to make the not-so-enjoyable process of automotive repair as easy as possible, so your only worry is what to make for dinner. Give our team a call at 559-292-2028. And if you're looking to join Daryl and his team, we're taking applications for technician positions of all skills and interests.
We always fix what you need fixed. Auto House of Clovis.
Mike Sherinian, owner of the Elbow Room.
The new Elbow Room Market. We'll do gift baskets at any price point, but conglomeration of really unique boutique type items to build a gift basket. We've got great wood wine boxes. We've got unique sauces and spices, and we will craft something for you that is truly unique.
What was once offered only in a handful of world-class steakhouses is now yours at the Elbow Room. Dry-aged beef, prepared under precise temperature and humidity for 28 days. Our dry-aged 1855 New York steaks and ribeyes deliver flavor and tenderness you've only dreamed of.
Gift baskets could be a birthday gift, an anniversary, it could be a housewarming gift, a thank you for doing business with me. Let us know what you want and we will design it for you.
The Elbow Room and new Elbow Room Market in Fig Garden Village. Call 227-1234.
I know exactly how you feel. You're sitting there at the gas pump wondering, am I ever going to have a regular meal again? Because you're cutting out all the good food because you can't afford the gas, right? Wait until you see your next PG&E bill. No more meals out and no more hair because you're going to be pulling that out as well, too. Do what I did. Planet Solar. When you have a solar system put in by Planet Solar, you literally lock in your energy price forever. Don't you wish it could be that way at the gas pump? Sorry, but you can't do that there. But you can do it for your home with Planet Solar, and it all began for them right here in Central California. One of the things I really liked about these guys is their financing. Don't let the rate hike scare you away from going with Planet Solar. And they are really quick and good and efficient on installation. And they have become masters at putting together a complete solar package with a solar battery. So you've got the juice when PG&E says, no, you don't need it because we're trying to conserve to save the world. Click planetsolar.com. Do that. Call them at 228-9245.
Hello, this is Mary Jo Jacobson, CEO at San Joaquin Valley Rehabilitation Hospital. Strokes are one of the leading causes of death in the United States. At San Joaquin Valley Rehabilitation Hospital, we are CARF accredited in the treatment of strokes. Our program has helped thousands of stroke survivors to relearn skills and gain independence to improve their quality of life. We work to speed your healing, restore your confidence, and provide you with the skills to return home as independently as possible after a stroke. We offer multiple levels of care, including our inpatient rehabilitation hospital and our 4 outpatient centers. Ask your doctor for a referral to rehabilitation today so you can recover from a stroke with the right type of care at the right time. To learn more about our stroke program, call 559-436-3600. Looking for a meaningful career? Join us at sjvrehab.com. Again, reach out to sjvrehab.com. San Joaquin Valley Rehabilitation Hospital. We're here so you can get back to better.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
It's the afternoon drive at News Talk 580, 1059 KMJ. Good afternoon. I'm Philip Teresi. Phones open, 490-5858 or 800-776-5858. Merrick Garland has appointed special counsel to carry on investigations into the 45th president of the United States. And there's a couple of different prongs on this fork worthy of consideration, not the least of which is the announcement that the January 6th committee is planning to release everything they've got. They say that they are going to be releasing all of the evidence that they have compiled over the course of this special congressional look into the riots on the U.S. Capitol back on January 6th. They're going to put everything out within the month. I am fascinated to see what that evidence looks like. I know that there's some conclusions that the J6 panel would like to assume are foregone, that there is an angle on this that Liz Cheney in particular would like to see become the opinion of the majority of the American people. That the most significant thing to come out of this is squabbling about whether or not contempt of Congress is an actionable infringement on the law speaks volumes, in my opinion. Mike Pence said that the Congress is not entitled to his testimony. He made a very good point that whole checks and balances, separate but equal thing in the tripartite federal government should not be compromised for something that, and again, Mike Pence is obviously not a never-Trumper, but his relationship with the former president of the United States, it's become a little chilly. They're not going to be able to compel Trump to testify before this thing wraps up in December. And out of this, I suppose that you send referrals on what you believe to be substantial evidence. But given how public it's been, how high profile it's been, that there hasn't been anything done, again, other than some contempt of Congress action against guys like Steve Bannon, who, whatever your feelings are on the J6 committee, the fact that Steve Bannon plays the games that he plays, I have to admit to a little bit of ambivalence to him catching flack for that contempt charge. The New York Post is not at all neutral on the question of the special prosecutor here. Excuse me, special counsel. I guess that's, boy, isn't that a semantic distinction? Michael Goodwin saying Merrick Garland belongs in Hollywood. His Friday performance, where he pretended to be a squeaky clean, by-the-books attorney general, was completely persuasive if you didn't know squat about the past 2 years. The reasoning that Goodwin attacks is that if the prospect of a Trump versus Biden showdown now triggers a conflict of interest for the Justice Department that requires independent counsel, why wasn't a conflict triggered the moment that Garland started the Trump probe? We already had a Trump v. Biden. Biden is Garland's boss. The argument here is that there was never any real doubt that Trump and Biden were going to go for a rematch in 2024. So why just now is it considered a conflict? Now, the argument from Goodwin is that an even more glaring conflict presents itself back in April when President Biden let it be known that he wanted Trump prosecuted. And within a couple of months, Trump became the subject of 2 Department of Justice probes. Did Garland ignore the political implications of investigating his boss's former and possibly future opponent so that he could steer the investigation, so that he could prime the pump for special counsel? Or was there a belief that 45 was never going to make a run at also being 47? And Goodwin gets into the slow walking of the Hunter Biden case, which we talked about earlier today. 769 days between when the New York Post broke their story about Hunter Biden's laptop and when CBS News finally publicly acknowledged that they had vetted and verified the contents of the laptop. Couple of months, make sure you do your diligence, dot your I's, cross your T's. Sure, even for a big organization like that, you take your time. 2+ years seems excessive. So what does the special counsel do moving forward? What is their function if we are assuming that this is yet another fig leaf on partisan exercise? Jonathan Turley was on Fox News. He said that the potential obstruction charges in the Mar-a-Lago classified document investigation seems like the greatest threat to Trump. Turley made the observation that Merrick Garland referred to obstruction a couple of times. You're not going to see criminal charges linked to January 6th filed against Donald Trump. It's not going to happen. On the question of Mar-a-Lago, the fact of the documents being in his possession, arguably even the fact that he was more casual than the National Archives would have preferred with the security and storage of those documents, almost definitely do not result in any sort of prosecutorial activity directed at Donald Trump. But the obstruction question, I don't know if that sticks to Donald Trump. I don't know if they can generate evidence to lay it across his shoulders. But the argument here is that the obstruction is the greatest threat to Trump in terms of being charged, of being attacked by this special counsel now working for the Department of Justice. Because there is an argument from a legal perspective, there is an argument that Donald Trump did not cooperate with federal authorities seeking to vet, verify, and possibly recover mistakenly removed classified documents. The fact that Merrick Garland brought it up twice in his, well, more than twice, but emphasized it as he did in his announcement of special counsel, that's going to be the ticket to watch. Because January 6th, I think they're going to do a document dump, and I think that we are going to watch large swaths of the national media and the legacy media do nothing. They'll acknowledge that it was put out there. They'll acknowledge that there's some things in there that are compelling. But there's nothing there, and they know it, or we'd be hearing about it by now. And as to a former president removing documents from the White House with the help of White House staff, nonpartisan, not directly employed by the Trump administration staff, that's not going to stick to Donald Trump either. But that obstruction thing, I think they're going to worry that bone hard. I think it's also a tougher thing to prove in the context of this investigation because there are so many people involved. There are so many layers of flappers between the 45th president of the United States and the folks making these requests. I think that if you see anybody catch it for this, it's going to be a name that you've never heard.
KMJ News now.
It's 4:30 in Fresno. I'm Joe Miller in the KMJ News Center. Well, police and fire looking into the cause of a fire in rural Fresno County. Fire erupting at a home just north of Orange Cove at about 6 Sunday night. Took firefighters about an hour to extinguish those flames. Good news, nobody hurt. Some Fresno residents will have different trash and recycling schedules this week due to the Thanksgiving holiday. Department of Public Utilities tweeting that collection days will be moved from Thursday to Friday for residents. Those who normally get their trash and recycling picked up Friday will have their collection day moved to Saturday. A yet-to-be-identified person continues to recover in a Valley hospital after being struck walking over the weekend. First responders in Dunuba were called to Nebraska and Road 72 Saturday night for reports of someone struck by a car. That person suffered major injuries. They were rushed to Kauai Delta, but investigators have yet to release any description of the suspect vehicle. They now ask anyone who witnessed the accident to call Valley Crime Stoppers at 498-STOP. NASA's Orion capsule has completed the first part of its mission. Here's ABC's Sherry Preston.
And liftoff of Artemis 1.
NASA said all along that the goal of the Artemis 1 mission was to send the Orion capsule to the moon and back while carrying 3 test dummies acting as placeholders until actual humans are ready to go. On Monday, the capsule reached the moon and whipped around it, the slingshot maneuver necessary to pick up enough speed to enter moon's lopsided lunar orbit. While that was happening, there was a nerve-wracking communications blackout because the capsule was on the moon's dark side. It showed up again on mission control video a half hour later, the capsule set to splash down back on Earth December 11th. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Now the forecast from Fox 26's Jim De La Vega.
Today's high will be 63 degrees, with winds going from calm to 5 miles per hour. Outside of urban areas, near freezing temperatures are expected in the San Joaquin Valley tonight through Wednesday night. Tonight's low, 39 degrees. For KMJ, I'm Jim De La Vega from the Fox 26 Weather Center.
With news on the hour, on the half, and when it breaks, and always streaming at KMJNow.com. I'm Jim Miller for News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ.
In Fresno, southbound 99 at Clinton, cleaning up from a non-injury accident. Then in Sanger, East Tulare Avenue at North Academy, got a non-injury accident at that location. Freeways are up to the speed limit. No accidents being reported right now. Next update, 447. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-932-4177. 800-932-4177. 800-932-4177.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Survivors of clergy child sexual abuse in California have limited time to seek justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact Jeff Anderson and Associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-ITS-TIME. 12011 San Vicente Boulevard, Suite 700, Los Angeles, California. Attorney Advertising.
By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Tradition, a treasure that lasts for generations. An ice sparkling gift for Christmas is a great tradition.
I'm Ara Carcasian. Our tradition of the best selection, value, and real customer service continues.
Ara Carcasian Jewelers, northeast corner of Bullard and West.
This report is sponsored by Roto-Rooter. The day after Thanksgiving is the busiest day of the year for plumbers. So this Thanksgiving, don't let your family throw your leftovers down the drain. Happy Thanksgiving from Roto-Rooter. Call 1-800-GET-ROTO for a free home inspection or visit online at rotorooterca.com.
Teresi, streaming live on Alexa, Google Home, and everything else. Philip Teresi on KMJ.
4:37 on a Monday afternoon at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Thank you guys for hanging out. Rowdy Piper, okay, checks in on Twitter. In regards to the Yosemite and Hanford ice skating experience is opening up, he says, he's not much of an ice skater, but I'll be happy to watch other people who can ice skate repeatedly fall down. Yeah, it's about where I am too. By the way, if you're interested in either ice skating in Yosemite or the Hanford Winter Wonderland, we have links to both of those stories up, Facebook and Twitter at Drive KMJ. And in particular, if you're thinking about hopping on a train down to Hanford, head to the website and get your tickets in advance while there will be tickets sold at the gate. Apparently, demand is very high, and the only way to guarantee that you'll get in when you want to be there is to have bought the tickets ahead of time online. And again, that link available for you, Facebook and Twitter at Drive KMJ. Many, many moons ago, in another life at another radio station, there was this chick named Chi-Chi Lee. It was her radio name. Her real name was Gladys. Awesome chick. Just a really cool lady. And she was part of a morning show at what was then a sister station to where I was. And she was a fun person. And we hung out quite a bit. And one weekend, out of the blue, she calls me. She said, "You want to go ice skating?" Sure. I've been ice skating. I know how to ice skate. But when I say I know how to ice skate, I mean that I know how to tie my shoes and how to stay vertical and how to go forward in a straight line fairly quickly. And usually after about 15 or 20 minutes of slipping and sliding on the ice, I have enough confidence and I have that center of gravity figured out enough that I can then ice skate forward in a large oval pattern along with everybody else who doesn't really know how to ice skate. That's it. That's what I got. I never played hockey, never figured out how to do any tricks. I'm just not built for that activity. Unbeknownst to me, Miss Chi-Chi had apparently been ice skating competitively, like as a child figure skater. And so we get out there, and I should have known something was up because I go over to the rental thing and get the brown, ugly, hockey guy rental skates. And she's got a pair of snow white top shelf skates in a backpack. And I should have known, but I'm not thinking about it. And we get out there and we do a couple of laps. And she tells me I'll be right back. And she drifts out into the middle. And you know this, if you've been ice skating, the middle of the ice is only for people who know how to get themselves back up off the ice without hanging onto the wall as though clinging to a life preserver in a choppy sea. And she glides out to the middle of the ice and she starts doing just spins and little jumps and little complicated step patterns. And I realize, I'm just here to carry her stuff. She was a really cool chick. I miss that kind of stuff. But I think that was the last time I went ice skating because I really am not much. But if you want to go, again, especially the Hanford Winter Wonderland, buy your tickets ahead of time because it is, it sounds like it is really popular. And if you want a guaranteed time, you need to have your tickets in hand before you make the trip down there. Channel 47 and YourCentralValley.com are investigating a vacant lot in Los Banos. Dozens of homeless have kind of set up a little tent city there. The frustration is coming from the fact that this lot is right next to a mobile home park, and residents of the mobile home park are complaining about fires, trespassing, theft, property damage, and dozens of 911 calls failing to result in a successful resolution here. One of the tenants, a woman named Claudia, told YourCentralValley.com, quote, "I see fibers flying with the fires. If those things land on the mobile homes, it's going up, and a lot of us are going up with it." Claudia says that she watches these fires burning in this vacant lot standing on her porch, and she's having nightmares about errant cinder taking away everything that she's worked for in her life. So she has been talking to the assistant park manager in the city of Los Banos, Chandra Lewis, about how the city and the city council can help. And they are not having any luck. Excuse me. Chandra is the assistant manager for the mobile home park, but her and Cynthia are going to City of Los Banos, and they're not getting anywhere with this. The investigation found at least 7 theft reports, 70 incident reports made with the fire department. That's just going back 2 years. Part of the problem is the city says they can't just kick these people off the property. They also say that under the law in California, warming fires are legal. The interim city manager for Los Banos, Greg Wellman, says that under no circumstances can you declare homelessness a crime, because here we go with California. Attorney David Mudridge says that back in 2018, the Supreme Court ruled in Martin versus Boise that cities cannot kick the homeless off of city property unless there are enough shelter beds for all of the so-called unhoused individuals in the city. Mugridge says you can't throw them off public grounds, even if they're throwing trash everywhere and causing a nuisance. As long as you don't have a place for them to go, you're stuck. Los Banos doesn't have a homeless shelter, and they've only got about 25 motel rooms available for temporary emergency housing. People have suggested building a tiny home community or purchasing more motel rooms, but the city has to acknowledge they don't have the money to do that. They've talked about moving the homeless folks off to more city properties out by the airport. But advocates say that those properties are unfit, probably because they're next to a small municipal airport. I'm not here to advocate for a vicious, heartless response to homeless people. And I've made it clear that I really do believe that there's two kinds of homelessness that we see with regularity. There's the homeless, folks who are having a hard time, who with a little bit of help, a little bit of love, are going to get their feet back underneath them and go off to be productive members of society. There's also criminal vagrants who have chosen to live outside of society and use transience as a mechanism for facilitating a less than above board lifestyle. So I'm not talking about people who are untreated mentally ill. They're almost universally not dangerous. And even to a certain extent, the drug addicts, the people who have gotten just so lost and debased in addiction that they can't function anymore. If there's a fire hazard to existing homes, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen a mobile home burn, but especially some of those older manufactured properties, it doesn't take much. There has to be a better solution than, golly, the law says we can't do anything about it. Even down to, and maybe this is me being a little silly, a little naive. You say warming fires are not illegal. And I believe that in the state of California. This seems like the kind of place where the brilliant minds in Sacramento would say, oh yeah, we'll let people who have drinking problems and drug problems and an inability to take care of themselves and manage the most basic aspects of adult life, we'll let them set a 55-gallon drum full of garbage on fire. I'm sure it'll be fine. Why not roll through Home Depot and get some of those little fire pits? I just got one for my backyard. I've got a gas one that I really like, but the propane stinks, so I don't like using it all the time. I like having a wood fire once in a while. I spent $90 on this thing, and it's just a metal base, and you've seen them. It's a metal base, and it's got a little screen dome that goes on top to keep the embers from blowing around, floating away, and causing a problem for your neighbors. At $90 a whack, can we get a grant to get these things out there so that the folks who are in this situation, who don't want to move but do want to have a warming fire, can at least do so without risking burning down the mobile home park next door? Is that a ridiculous suggestion? It's the Afternoon Drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. On the way, we may have a railroad strike just in time for Christmas and a desalination plant going in, but a contentious decision at best from the California Coastal Commission in rendering that approval. It's on the way on KMJ. Stick around.
Southbound 99 at Clinton on the on-ramp. That has now officially been cleared up and back to normal. In Corcoran right now on Dairy Avenue at Reading Avenue, got an injury accident just being reported. Our next update, 5:03. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
Helen here from Solar Negotiators. Did you know that the Central Valley has some of the highest electricity rates in the country?
Did you know that I have the highest temperature of any moving body in the solar system?
That's great, son. I'm trying to talk to these people about saving money on their energy bills.
Oh, well, why don't you just tell them to go solar?
That's what I was trying.
I mean, there's literally never been a better time. Power bills are going up, temperatures are rising every year. To think of all my energy wasted.
He's got a point. Don't waste your money. Call Solar Negotiators today, your lifetime energy partner.
Clean and healthy water is essential. To live your best life, get a LifeSource whole house water system. LifeSource removes bad stuff like chlorine and keeps the good stuff like healthy minerals. You'll look and feel your best with softer skin and hair. Love your water, love your life. And a LifeSource system is maintenance-free. They install it, you forget it. For a free consultation, call 559-330-1850 or visit lifesourcewater.com. That's 559-330-1850. Tap into your best life. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medishare and save even more than usual. It's true, for the typical family, switching to Medishare saves about $500 a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members now. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. So yeah, they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing. If you join Medishare Complete right now, before November 30th, they will waive your new member fee. So you're going to save even more. Medishare is the gold standard in healthcare sharing, and joining right now makes a lot of sense. Again, pay no new member fees if you join now and start enjoying great savings and a great way to handle your health care. Call now, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Richie Gamble here to tell you that Tachi Palace is giving me my own night. Tachi Palace is giving me my own night? What do I wear? Who do I invite? What do I do with my hands? Every Monday in November is Richie's Manic Mondays Table Game Hot Seats. From 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Premier Club members can win up to $250 cash by spending 30 minutes on any table game. See Premier Club for more details, only at Tachi Palace Casino Resort in Lemoore.
The ag industry is built on trust and relationships. John York, KMJ Ag Director, sharing details about the Ag Center. The Ag Center was founded by farmers for farmers with the principle of no growers left behind. The Ag Center's mission is to connect with farmers of all sizes, bringing the best resources the industry offers. From field services to ag tech, even innovative products and consulting, the Ag Center has you covered. Call or visit the website at agcenter.com to connect and grow.
Hey, it's me, Mr. Black Friday. You also know me as Ray Appleton. And we all love Black Friday, right? Those sale prices. Your heart pounds with excitement, anticipating the next great deal. So what's better than one day of Black Friday? 14 days of Black Friday at Fresno Acura. Black Friday is everywhere at Fresno Acura in every department. There are amazing price specials on previously owned vehicles, on new cars. There's even Black Friday financing. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Fresno Acura even has Black Friday pricing in the service department. Parts as well. Why not? They got to do something to get you through this crummy inflation. And glory be, the supply chain is beginning to loosen up a little bit. No turkeys here. Just sweet deals. 14 days of Black Friday. I say, do not delay because you don't want somebody else taking these great savings away. Fresno Acura on Palm, just north of Herndon. Get with it. 14 days of Black Friday, including Black Friday prices like you've never seen before on new Acuras and a great lineup of used cars. Fresno Acura. Come on, 14 days of Black Friday. Why would you want to miss this?
Live, local, on it. News Talk 580 1059 KMJ.
KMJ.
And always streaming at KMJNow.com.
Rolling up on 5 o'clock at News Talk 580 1059 KMJ. Hour 4 on the way. An updated headlines coming from Jim Miller. We'll check in with Greg Lane for another look at your afternoon drive. Trending topics at 5 o'clock. And Diablo Canyon is getting $1 billion from the Biden administration so it can continue to work. Also out on the coast, California Coastal Commission approving another desalination plant, this one framed as contentious by the folks over at Cap Radio. And I thought that that was an interesting spin on something that every time we talk about water wars in California, desalination comes up. Let's make seawater drinkable. So the CCC, as per Rachel Becker reporting for Cal Matters, California Coastal Commission approved a desalination plant despite citing high cost and a risk to the Monterey Bay's environment. They are also facing what is described here as the most significant environmental justice issues the commission's faced in years. The vote was divided 8-2. It came after 13 hours of debate at a Salinas public hearing. Several hundred people showed up, more crammed into the overflow space. They say that many of the 375 people who signed up to speak spoke in opposition. A lot of the debate focused on the fairness of locating a for-profit company's facility in the city of Marina, which is in Monterey County. They say Marina doesn't need the water and is home to designated disadvantaged neighborhoods. So this expensive water supply is going to flow to other communities, including Carmel, Pacific Grove, and Pebble Beach. Marina Mayor Bruce Delgado told the CCC, quote, "It's our city, our water, our beaches, our wildlife, so that Cal-Am can send the water to another wealthier community who doesn't even want it." California American Water is the nation's largest publicly traded water and wastewater company. They want to build the plant to pump ocean water, desalinate it, and provide drinking water to 100,000 people on the Monterey Peninsula. And by the way, Castroville would also receive that water at a discount. For those of you that have been talking desalination as a way to work around human needs in times of extreme drought, do you have a take on this? Do you have a take on a California American Water? Do you have a problem with them being sent up where they're being set up? Or is this complaining about somebody profiting for the sake of complaining about somebody profiting? 490-5858, 800-776-5858. A little more on this when we get back after the news on KMJ.
Missed part of the show? Get the Afternoon Drive podcast at KMJNow.com or by searching KMJ's Afternoon Drive in Amazon Music or Stitcher.
Fall is the perfect season to cozy up in your new dream home. Hi, I'm Gary McDonald, and we have a few move-in ready homes waiting for you and your family in some of our most popular neighborhoods. Enjoy the highest quality craftsmanship and luxury amenities that have come to define a Gary McDonald home without the wait.
Visit our website or call Brian Hurdle at 559-307-1761 for more information. Gary McDonald Homes, California Contractors License Number 847905.
Give the gift of good taste. At Harris Ranch Inn and Restaurant, we know that finding the right gift for family, friends, and employees can be time-consuming. We have the perfect solution. For a limited time, with every $100 gift card you purchase, you'll receive a complimentary $20 bonus gift card. We've taken the hassle out of the holidays by making this option available online at harrisranch.com or visit us in person, and one of our helpful team members will be happy to assist you in purchasing the gift card that keeps on giving. Some restrictions apply. Visit harrisranch.com for more details.
Lou Rodman has a brand new name, a brand new location that will knock your socks off. Lou Rodman's Patio, Barstool, and Amish Emporium. Let me tell you, his customer base, have really embraced the Amish furniture lines. There are many of them now. Along with Noah Bontrager, you're familiar with him. There is now Amish furnishings for every room in your house. He's got it all. And much of it is available now at the new location. You don't have to special order. You can walk into the new location. You can pick out handcrafted, heirloom quality Amish furniture for every room in your house, and it'll be delivered right away. Lou Rodman's Patio, Barstool, and Amish Emporium. Of course, Lou still carries bar stools, hundreds available for you right now. Dining sets, bars. If you still wish to special order, you can. But me personally, I've gone nuts over the Amish. My dining room, Amish. My living room, Amish. My bedroom, working on it. It's next. It's on its way. Lou Rodman's Barstool, Patio, and Amish Emporium. Right next to Fashion Furniture, across from Lowe's. Remember, if you want Amish, pick it out and take it home.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
The original KMJ, 580 AM, 1059 FM, Fresno, a Cumulus media station.
It's 5 o'clock in Fresno. I'm Joe Miller in the KMJ News Center. A man arrested after police say he tried to run over an officer with his car Saturday night in Merced. An officer with the police department walking a prisoner to a squad car at about 10:15 near the 3500 block of G Street when they say a silver Honda Pilot intentionally swerved into the opposite lane to try to hit him. When officers tried to stop the driver, they were led on a pursuit throughout the city for about 11 miles. Officers able to stop that driver near 16th Street and R Street by using spike strips. The driver identified as 23-year-old Matthew Teresi. He was arrested for felony assault on a peace officer, felony vehicle pursuit, and felony arrest warrants. Nobody hurt during this incident. Members of One Valley High School marching band set to entertain the nation from the Big Apple during an iconic Thanksgiving Day event.
It's the red carpet send-off you'd see for a team headed to a championship. But this celebration Friday on the Clovis North campus was for the high school's band.
A lot of people know about us. It's kind of cool.
Just days before its 132 members march in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
I'm appreciative that we have this opportunity to kind of highlight our kids and that the school realizes that this is a big deal.
Band director David Lesser says this will be the culmination of 3 years of hard work with the pandemic in the mix.
We're just this little school in Little Clovis going to the Big Apple.
The Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission is offering to pay overdue water bills. Officials say the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program has helped over 400 Valley families receive up to $2,000 in assistance. Applications for the federally funded program for Valley residents are still open. European team captains back down on wearing armbands, highlighting human rights concerns in host country Qatar. More from ABC's Tom Rivers at the Foreign Desk.
The threat by FIFA, soccer's world governing body of on-field punishments for players, has forced a number of teams to abandon plans for their captains to wear armbands that were seen as a rebuke to Qatar's human rights record. 7 European squads could have seen their captains given yellow cards, so the quick change of mind. Captains of all 32 teams will now have the opportunity to wear a more generic armband instead, with the slogan, "No discrimination," if they wish. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
Now the forecast from Fox 26's Jim De La Vega.
Today's high will be 63 degrees, with the winds going from calm to 5 miles per hour. Outside of urban areas, near freezing temperatures are expected in the San Joaquin Valley tonight through Wednesday night. Tonight's low, 39 degrees. For KMJ, I'm Jim De La Vega from the Fox 26 Weather Center.
With news on the hour, on the half, and when it breaks, and always streaming at KMJNow.com. I'm Jim Miller for News Talk 580, 1059 KMJ.
Thank Jim. It's Larry on Cartmill on-ramp to northbound 41. The entire on-ramp is now blocked by a disabled semi. In Corcoran on Dairy Road at Reading, got an injury accident being reported there. And southbound, let's see, Fresno, this one just popped up. East North Avenue is south to Wolf. Got a collision being reported on northwest corner of that intersection. Next update, 517. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
Now, the Valley's Afternoon Drive with Philip Teresi. Philip Teresi. Your calls, your tweets, and your voice are welcome right now on News Talk 580, 1059 KMJ.
5:04 on your afternoon drive. It's News Talk 580, 1059 KMJ. Phone's open for your calls, 490-5858, toll-free 800-776-5858. Find the show on social media at Drive KMJ and watch it live on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook Live. Also at Drive KMJ. Joshua Weekly's standing by to screen your calls this afternoon as we dive into your trending topics at 5 o'clock. We begin with CBS News confirming the authenticity of data from Hunter Biden's former laptop 769 days after the New York Post first revealed its contents ahead of the 2020 presidential election. The laptop appears to link President Biden to his son and brother James's overseas influence peddling. An idea about a way to improve hanging Christmas lights to break things up, and then Sheriff Pazin concedes the 27th Assembly District race to Esmeralda Soria. Meanwhile, Democrat Adam Gray and Republican John Duarte have been exchanging leads in their close contest every few days since Election Day. Duarte currently in the lead by 865 votes. Thousands of ballots remain to be counted, so it is still anybody's contest. Experts from the North American Oceanic Administration warned the Pacific Northwest, Midwest, and Northeast to expect above average rainfall and snowfall. The southern half of the country, on the other hand, likely to have a drier than average Christmas this year. A nonprofit has been referred to the FBI for allegedly mismanaging housing and shelters for homeless people in San Francisco. Allegations say that they gave a significant chunk of the spaces meant to house families to friends, employees, and maybe even family members of the charity's CEO. A 22-year-old gunman entered a gay club in Colorado Springs just before midnight Saturday and immediately opened fire, killing at least 5 people and injuring 18 others. The attack was finally halted when a patron grabbed a handgun from the shooter, hit him with it, and then pinned him down until the police were able to enter the club minutes later. Fans trying to score tickets last Tuesday in a pre-sale for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour were met by massive delays and error messages that Ticketmaster blamed on bots and historically unprecedented demand. Taylor Swift posted a story Friday on Instagram expressing her anger and frustration over the time wasted by fans who were just trying to get tickets to come see her. Meanwhile, Kanye West has announced he's running for president again. This comes right after the Grammy winner and anti-Semite got back on Twitter after having been blocked earlier this year. An investigation is now underway regarding a vacant lot in the city of Los Banos, housing dozens of homeless individuals. The lot's right next to a mobile home park in Los Banos. Fires, trespassing, theft, and thousands of dollars in damages are just some of the reasons for dozens of 911 calls to the police and the fire department. Terrified trailer park residents want help, but Los Banos city officials say their hands are tied. The California Coastal Commission has approved another desalination plant despite high cost and risks to Monterey Bay's environment. A divided 8-2 vote came after 13 hours of debate at a public hearing in Salinas packed with hundreds of people, some of them in tears. Your trending topics at 5 o'clock for those stories and a lot more. You can get the podcast with Stitcher, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, wherever you want to listen. Just search for KMJ's Afternoon Drive. Or go to KMJNow.com, hit the podcast tab. You'll find me and you'll find all kinds of great stuff from the rest of the KMJ team. Now, we were just talking about that California Coastal Commission desalination plant approval, and I think Matt wanted to check in on that. Matthew, welcome to KMJ. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. My wife and I have been working and saving for 20-plus years, buying and selling property over at the coast to where we could afford to buy a vacation home in Seaside, which is between Marina and Monterey. The desalinization plant is ideal for working people and not the ultra-rich that live in Pebble and Carmel. Our water bill, we go over once a month. My water bill, without turning the spigot on, is $80 a month. My neighbor across the street is a single woman, lives in the identical house that I do. Her water bill is $257 last month, and she has a zero-scaped yard. Up until the price of gas went up, it was almost cheaper to take a bath and unleaded. Oh, God. It is ridiculous, the price of water over there.
So
the ultra-rich that live in Carmel, and they have so much money, they don't care.
Is this desalination plant in the long run going to loosen up supplies and in a at least theoretically open market result in lower cost for people who don't live in Carmel, or are you guys just going to get screwed on this thing?
Well, we have the American Water over there, and 2 years ago it was so dire over there, they actually bought water from Clint Eastwood. He has 2 lakes on his property, and the city had to buy water from his lakes in order to fulfill the commitment for people's water over there. Sure. I believe in 10 years or less, it will pay for itself. Because as it is, I mean, you take the fastest showers in the world. I have no grass. I have completely drought-tolerant plants in my yard. The neighbors are the same way. If you've got grass, people drive by and go, oh, they got money.
Oh, yeah.
It's just that. It's that dire over there for water.
If not this desalination plant, what do you have an idea for what will make things more bearable, what will improve the cost of living for your neighbors?
I really don't know, because we've got to notice this past August that the first of the year the water bill is going to go up without the desal plant. So, what are you going to do? You got to have water.
Yeah, it's kind of necessary.
Yeah, it's just, what are you supposed to do? Because coastal towns are always low on water because, you're looking at all the water in the ocean, but groundwater is null and void at almost every coastal city there is.
Oh, yeah. Matt, I don't know what the solution is for you guys, because desalination it's not particularly efficient. It seems to be, at this point, still a new enough technology that it's coming at a premium. I don't want to see Monterey. I don't want to see our small coastal towns get wiped out, so that my only option, if I want to go to the coast for lunch, is Carmel or Pismo. But I don't know how we get more water to the coast unless you guys just all become expert salmon fishermen and wipe out that population so they don't have the excuse.
Yeah, the last time I checked, I wasn't a Jawa or a sand person, so I don't know where I'm going to get my water. My other idea is, if you could swing the price, luxury yachts have water makers on board. These things produce anywhere from 200 to 300 gallons a day. They could pump salt water to your house if you have your own water maker, your own desalination at your own home. I mean, people are doing it with solar. They're biting the bullet and getting solar. I've got my solar over there. My solar is in Kingsburg also. But to do it yourself, that's the only other option that you've got because of the total lack of water. And we're down to where if you wash your car outside, you're going to get a ticket.
Yeah, God, dude, I wish I had an answer for you. But bottom line here, is this desalination plant going to loosen things up, or is this just messing with the bay and producing water that's only going to be affordable to people with subsidies or deep pockets?
Yeah, I really couldn't answer that. It's the the house that I have in Seaside. I bought this house 4 years ago. I'm a working guy. I weld for a living. My wife works for the USDA.
Yeah.
And my house was $500,000 for 1,200 square feet. Right now, with the cost of everything going up, it's worth $800,000. Everybody thinks I'm rich. No. I worked and saved for 20 years to get in on the ground floor and buy a small piece of property, then a condo, now a house. So people in Carmel, you're going to pay $2.5 million for a 600 square foot cottage. These people have so much money they don't care what water costs. But for the working people that work for a living and the people that are in Marina, Lower Seaside, that are people that work in the hotels and in the service industry of all the restaurants all over, those people are getting killed, absolutely killed. I don't know how people can raise a family of 4 or 5 and afford water, because my neighbor is, like I said, is one person, $255 a month. Other people there have told me their water bill is $400 a month.
Yeah, see, and my eyes pop out when I get past 150, and I got a pool.
Oh yeah.
All right, dude,
Yeah,
Matt. I appreciate you calling, my friend. I hope that this in some way does result in a relief, and at the same time, I have no faith in the state of California or the California Coastal Commission to improve anything. I've always heard of desalination as this potential solution to drought conditions. People have called and talked about it for years. And now that it's being implemented, it looks like the cost of implementation, and not to go bleeding heart eco-wackaloon here, but there is a byproduct from this that if they're screaming about it in the Monterey Bay, it's not as easy as just pumping out water and then selling the salt to Morton's for people's dinner tables. There has to be some other consequence there. And destroying the Monterey Bay to provide water to Carmel, one, doesn't seem like something that Carmel would want, by the way. I mean, I'm not deeply entrenched in the day-to-day workings of the community, but I've got a little awareness, a little historical perspective. I've got some family that settled there many, many moons ago, before it was as pinkies up as it is today, believe you me. And Carmel is, generally speaking, if you haven't been, you're going to laugh when you hear this. Carmel's kind of a conservative enclave. I never saw so many Recall Newsom petition booths and tables as when we rolled through for dinner at the Forge in the middle of the Newsom recall effort. It was inspiring. But I can't imagine I can't imagine people in Carmel wanting to see Monterey Bay screwed up for the sake of tap water. There's been a lot of calls made by the California Coastal Commission that make me raise an eyebrow, and we've talked about the Oceano Dunes thing quite a bit. I have no problem with desalination as long as it's not destroying things that are of incredible value. And I consider the Monterey Bay and its ecosystem. The Monterey Bay Aquarium is why most of California knows that Monterey exists. I know that town's there's a lot more to it than that. And I know there's a lot more to do there than that. Believe me, I know. But Monterey Bay Aquarium and the ecosystem of the bay is the reason that anybody knows that it exists outside of you, me, and the folks in Cupertino. It doesn't make any sense to endanger that, to damage that, to interfere with that, if we're not talking about something that's going to result in cheap, readily available water for a large slice of the population. And 100,000 households isn't nothing, but it's the CCC and their decision-making process. I can't wrap my head around it. I feel like every time I hear about it, I got to wonder what they're doing. Okay, Matt, again, thank you, dude. Great call. I appreciate you picking up the phone. When we get back, also on the coast, Diablo Canyon, a second lease on life, and now looks like the Biden administration is going to kick down a big one, $1 billion, to help keep Diablo Canyon in operation for the immediate future. We'll talk about how that pans out when we get back on the afternoon drive on KMJ.
Couple of things right now in Fresno. We have an injury accident. This is on East North at Temperance. Then on northbound 99 at Herndon, just reported now a non-injury accident. In Tulare, Cartmill Avenue, the on-ramp to southbound 99 still being blocked by a semi. Next update, 5:33. Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
Recently, I had the dreaded COVID that I've been ducking for 2 years. The first time I've had it, and my God, it better be the only time because it was awful. As a patient of Dr. Boz at the Boz Allergy, Asthma, and Sinus Centers, he took care of me. And he took care of me very well. But something else is now upon us that most of us deal with in this valley. It's fall. It's the allergies. It's asthma. It's sinus problems. They're already here. And shall I add to all of this really good news? Yeah, right. Good news tongue-in-cheek. Flu season. It's upon us. Get a flu shot, please. Something I do religiously every year. And I haven't grown another head. No worries there. Hey, the symptoms are common, coughing, wheezing, tightness in the chest, headache, and fever. And when that happens, it's the Boz Allergy, Asthma, and Sinus Centers, and they're everywhere. Click BozAllergy.com. Boz is B-A-Z. You'll find the nearest location to you. Then you can stop suffering. The Boz Allergy, Asthma, and Sinus Centers will make that diagnosis. They'll get it right, and they'll give you the proper treatment right now.
Inflation goes up. Do you feel like you need to refinance your car to fill up the gas tank? What if 2 years ago, someone offered to sell you a lifetime supply of gas at $2.75 a gallon, but you told them no? Today, you would be kicking yourself. Right now, Planet Solar has that same offer for you on your electric bill. As inflation goes up, so does your utility bill. Lock in your energy prices today with a new Planet Solar system. Planet Solar is locally owned and operated in Clovis. They're big enough to offer you all the best brands and in-house financing, but small enough to give you the personal service you deserve. Call Planet Solar to find out how to lock in your electricity costs today. You'll be glad you did. Call them at 559-228-9245 or find them on the web at planetsolar.com. That's 228-9245 or planetsolar.com. License number 938313.
Amanda Nugent Devine, licensed marriage and family therapist, CEO of Kingsview.
Depression is like a vicious dog. It can grab hold and not let go. But depression is not all bad. It can serve an important part of mental wellness. Depression literally has a job to do. One aspect of this job is positive and the other is negative. The positive aspect of depression is that it is always a call to action. It tells us that something in our life or something we are doing is no longer working. It is a smoke alarm alerting us support is needed to get to safety. The negative aspect of depression is, of course, how extremely painful it is to be in its grasp. Depression paints everything you see and feel with a very dark brush. Not only is it miserable to feel depressed and have our normal functioning turned upside down, but it can also be very dangerous. Bottom line, if you are feeling depressed, please tell someone and get support. Asking for help when you need it is the first step to brighter days.
The Mental Health Minute with Amanda Nugent Devine is sponsored by Kingsview.
This is Christina Moussan. There is nothing more classic than black and white. Audrey Hepburn wore a little black dress with white pearls in Breakfast at Tiffany's, and Dalmatians were the envy of Cruella de Vil. Why do we love it so much? Because it's timeless and versatile. It goes with anything. And the Silhouette collection by Bernhardt, in its black and white glory, is as timeless as it gets. This is why I love the Design Studio by Furniture City. They don't want you to buy pieces for a day. They want you to buy pieces for a lifetime. And Bernhardt is the Rolls-Royce of furniture lines. It's made in America, and it's in stock right now for you to take home today. No waiting. You can pick it up or take advantage of their white glove delivery and setup. The Silhouette collection covers everything from the bedroom to the dining room, living room, workspace, and more. So stop by the Design Studio by Furniture City at the corner of Blackstone and Barstow in Fresno in the former Osh building.
Rolling through hour number 4 of your afternoon drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. Phone's open for your calls, 490-5858 or 800-776-5858. Moving down the coast a little bit to San Luis Obispo County. Diablo Canyon getting I don't know if I would call it so much of a new lease on life as perhaps a fighting chance. The Biden administration announced that they're giving Pacific Gas and Electric a $1.1 billion grant to keep Diablo Canyon up and running. Right now, it is still scheduled to be shut down with the first reactor going offline in 2024, the second to be shut down in 2025. The governor, as you know, has been leading a push to keep it going for 5 more years. And I think that he's absolutely right when he says Diablo Canyon is badly needed to help California grapple with power shortages and heat waves. Now, this doesn't guarantee that Diablo Canyon is going to stay open, but it increases the likelihood. So set aside the anti-nuclear activism, set aside the fussing over the possibility of what would happen if an earthquake pops up along one of the fault lines near the facility. Diablo Canyon supplied more than 8% of the state's electricity last year, 17% of the state's carbon-free electricity. Now, we've talked to folks from Diablo Canyon in the past, and I in particular, I'm thinking of two guys that both called in on this at separate times. One of them was a janitor. He was a custodian, a maintenance guy at Diablo Canyon. He was there for normal facilities maintenance. He was not actually working on nuclear material. He was making the office livable for the people who do that kind of work. The other guy was an engineer who worked at Diablo Canyon, who was working with nuclear material and had a real understanding of the physics of what was going on there. And something that I asked both of these guys was if they would be comfortable living next door, understanding that nobody really lives next door to a nuclear power plant, but if they would be comfortable living near the plant. And both of them said without qualification, without hesitation, that, yeah, they're comfortable being there. They were not bothered by the fault lines. They have no question about the safety protocols in place. They have no question about material storage and disposal. They both felt that Diablo Canyon is a well-run facility that has a safety record that has stood the test of time and that they fully anticipate will continue to stand the test of time. Chief Executive for PG&E, Patty Pope, says that Diablo Canyon is a good choice for the state. She says that it's a good choice for the planet to keep a well-performing plant like Diablo Canyon online. So this $1.1 billion in federal money comes from the infrastructure law that Congress passed and President Biden signed last year. It should allow PG&E to pay back most of the loan for Diablo that California state lawmakers approved at Gavin Newsom's urging. The money is supposed to help PG&E cover the cost of relicensing Diablo Canyon by way of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It'll also cover some maintenance, some fuel purchases, and additional on-site storage for radioactive waste that would be absolutely necessary to keep the plant running past 2025. Now, final terms haven't been set yet, but officials say that they expect the money is going to be distributed over 4 years, from 2023 through 2026. And it's really designed to cover PG&E's projected losses from keeping Diablo Canyon open longer. That also means that if PG&E's operating costs come in lower than expected, or brace yourselves, everybody who's staring down the barrel of another CPUSC approved rate hike, if their power sales revenue are higher than expected, PG&E won't get quite as much federal money, which, again, don't forget, is actually our taxpayer money. Now, if Diablo Canyon fails license renewal, if it fails to obtain any of the permits that it needs from the state, the money goes bye-bye. But U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm says it's a critical step, quote, towards ensuring that our domestic nuclear fleet will continue to provide reliable and affordable power to Americans as the nation's largest source of clean energy. Now, I don't want to be enviro goofball here. That's not where my head's at. I do believe that nuclear energy is a necessary part of the future of energy generation, not just in California, but all over the world. And I know that people think of 3 Mile Island. I know that people think of Fukushima. And of course, the ultimate example of things going terribly wrong, people think of Chernobyl. In every one of those cases, we have learned invaluable lessons about safety, about storage, about how to staff these facilities. I don't have any doubt that Diablo Canyon can be run safely and efficiently for another 5 years. I think that initial shutoff date was very much born of a combination of institutional overcaution and pressure from environmentalists who don't have any damn clue what they're talking about when they talk about all of the giant imaginary, dangers of nuclear power. It's taxpayer money coming into PG&E to keep this thing open longer. I'm torn between kind of rolling my eyes at the idea that we continue to pad things for PG&E, that privatized profit and socialized losses model of this effective monopoly that we have on power in most of California. And at the same time, if it's taxpayer money and it's going in and it's going to keep costs down and it's going to keep energy up, and there's a snowball's chance in hell that it's going to reduce my cost of living in my home, I can think of worse ways to spend that money. Nick, I see you there. We'll grab his call in a minute. A little more on the desalination situation. He's got some ideas about how it might help with agriculture right now. We've got an update of headlines with Jim Miller in the KMJ Newsroom.
KMJ News now.
It's 5:30 in Fresno. I'm Jim Miller in the KMJ News Center. The Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission offering to pay overdue water bills. Officials said the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program has helped over 400 Valley families receive up to $2,000 in assistance. Applications for the federally funded program for Valley residents is still open. Police investigating an armed robbery involving teenagers in North Fresno. A group of 3 to 4 teens allegedly robbed 2 15-year-olds at the River Park Shopping Center Saturday. They say one victim was hurt when the suspect pistol whipped them. The suspects made off with their cell phones, some clothing, jewelry, and cash. Nobody's been arrested so far. Israel's top general wrapping up his tenure and paying one last visit to Washington to discuss the critical U.S.-Israeli alliance. This is Israel's new government. It's expected to be inaugurated in the coming weeks with the return of Prime Minister-elect Benjamin Netanyahu. ABC's Jordana Miller reports from Jerusalem.
The head of the Israeli army, General Aviv Kohavi, in Washington for a 5-day visit to meet with top U.S. security and defense officials. Among them, CIA head William Burns and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley. Iran once again set to top Kohavi's agenda, and not just the nuclear standoff. He'll discuss Iran's deepening military role in Russia's war in Ukraine, Tehran's recent escalation in regional attacks, for example on Iraq, and the implications of more than 9 weeks of anti-government protests sweeping across Iran. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Now the forecast from Fox 26's Jim De La Vega.
Today's high will be 63 degrees, with winds going from calm to 5 miles per hour. Outside of urban areas, near freezing temperatures are expected in the San Joaquin Valley tonight through Wednesday night. Tonight's low, 39 degrees. For KMJ, I'm Jim De La Vega from the Fox 26 Weather Center.
With news on the hour, on the half, and when it breaks, and always streaming at KMJNow.com. I'm Jim Miller for News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ.
Thanks, Jim. In Madera right now, northbound 99 at Avenue 9 at the off-ramp, got a report of a collision just about 10 minutes old. Also in Fresno, major injury accident on East North Avenue at Temperance, and a lot of emergency personnel on the scene there right now. Our next update, 547. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
Survivors of clergy child sexual abuse in California have limited time to seek justice. Survivors have until December 31st, 2022 to take legal action. Contact Jeff Anderson and Associates for a confidential conversation. Call us at 1-800-ITS-TIME on 2011 San Vicente Boulevard, Suite 700, Los Angeles, California. Attorney advertising.
When I do a so-called endorsement, I use the product. I use the service. Stone cold fact. I'm a believer. One of the biggest successes ever was my run with the Noble Truck Accessory Center. Oh, the response was massive, and they're back. This place is Toy Town for truck owners, I'm telling you. And in California, we love our trucks. And whatever it may be for your truck, the Noble Truck Accessory Center will have it. One standalone unbeatable product is anything from Truck Cover USA. A truck cover can improve gas mileage 7 to 10%. Oh, yeah. Totally weather resistant with the smoothest retractable action. What year is your truck? truck? Pick one, and you'll find a truck cover from Truck Cover USA. And they look so good. There is not a company in California that can touch the Noble Truck Accessory Center. No way. Whether it's products from Truck Cover USA or, yeah, you fill in the blank. It's there at the Noble Truck Accessory Center on Blackstone or Sunnyside. Here it is, babe. You got a truck? You need Noble. And the sooner the better.
Are you more than $10,000 in debt? Feel like you're on a never-ending treadmill, staying in one place and never getting ahead with those minimum payments? You feel like there's no way out? Get off the endless debt treadmill and start saving money each month. There are programs in place to help you get free of your debt, and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. The program at Total Financial Freedom can help you get debt-free in months instead of decades. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and even timeshares. Call now at 800-208-1312 for free information. For over 15 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, too. Get off the endless cycle without having to declare bankruptcy. You'll have the right to get your debt resolved for a mere fraction of what you owe. Call Total Financial now at 800-208-1312. That's 800-208-1312. 800-208-1312.
When we transferred to Personal Express Insurance, we actually saved over $400 and for better coverage.
Since 1984, Personal Express Insurance has been known throughout the Central Valley for their great rates. But their customers come with them and stay with them for what they like to call their local advantage.
I would have been happy just breaking out even because of the personal and the local advantage. But when we saved money, that was impressive. We like that.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Peralta, President of Personal Express Insurance. In these uncertain times, we want to assure you that our local agents are available to discuss your insurance needs. Everyone, please stay safe and stay healthy.
Call 559-256-1090. With offices in Fresno, in the Fig Garden Village, in Clovis in the Buchanan Crossroads, and in Visalia in the Visalia Pavilion. Or go to expressinsurance.com for a fast, free quote.
Would we recommend Personal Express Insurance? Absolutely.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain-relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Frazee Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
Your calls, your tweets, and your voice are welcome right now.
You like to talk, so it shouldn't be a problem.
The Valley's Afternoon Drive with Philip Teresi on News Talk 580 1059 KMJ.
540 on your afternoon drive. Phone number here are 490-5858 and toll free 800-776-5858. Earlier in the hour, we were talking about a desalination plant going into Monterey Bay. California Coastal Commission giving it the go-ahead despite a pretty significant outpouring of pushback from the community about the risk to the environment, especially in Monterey Bay. Seems like an important consideration, but also the relative cost to taxpayers versus the actual output. And finally, the question of who that output is going to service and whether or not it's going to do any good for folks who can't afford to buy water from other venues. Nick's checking in at 490-5858 on the question of desalination. Nick, welcome to KMJ. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my calls. Being as a farmer's perspective on these desalinations that, out here in the Central Valley on the farming's having so much charging the money for start pumping the groundwaters. It's costing us over $1,000 pretty soon per acre. That's what the Newsom's plan is, charging the farmers who will use the groundwater. I mean, what it does compared to the desalination that already Israel is using it for 20 plus years, and they were doing a farming with the water. And so as the United Arabs, Dubai or Saudi Arabia, all those countries were using it. And being as a farmers that are going to costing us that much money here, and why don't they having all the cities using their water a long time ago? We are number one in the technologies. I don't know why we are so much behind 20 plus years that we barely now using it. Look at how much the water problem we have in the Central Valley.
Well, you've got a natural drought, you've got a man-made exacerbation of that drought, and you've got a question of who's going to pay for that technology. Whereas in the UAE or Dubai, there's not a lot of options. I mean, at a certain point, unless they're going to dig clean through the planet, they're not going to be able to get water out of a well in an environment like that. So, of course, the cost of desalination for an environment like that, it just makes sense. They also have a tremendous amount of wealth controlled by the government relative to the population size. I guess my question for you is, desalination works. We know that the technology works. We know that it can be done. At what point does it become incumbent upon private industry to, in earnest, start producing desalinated water at a level that actually has an impact beyond 100,000 households that live within a few miles of the processing facility?
Okay, well, I understand. I'm not sure if you are aware of that on our website on the farming and Mendota areas, that they will shut down all the waters since last year. And we have the farming is the biggest problem here in the Central Valley. We're talking about those hundreds of those houses. We're talking about saving in Central Valley farming. I don't know if you're aware of it.
Yeah, I'm vaguely aware of the fact that we've got fallowed land all over Southwest Fresno.
I mean, 1 million acres next year is going to be that no longer is going to be farming. And we need a fruits more important here in the Central Valley, where it used to be a backbone of the United States and California, and now the big corporations taking over, and the smaller farmers can't get their groundwaters, costing them $1,000 per acre in a Tule River district by the Putraville.
Yeah, Nick, I get exactly what you're saying, and I think that you've got a point in that if we are going to build these facilities, it makes sense that some of that water be earmarked for agricultural purposes, or that we see a rebalancing of the load in terms of distribution of other water. If you've got 100,000 or 250,000 homes that are able to get desalinated water out near the coast, you probably then don't need to send quite as much runoff water down the line to those communities for human use. The complication here, I don't think, is the lack of technology. I think that the complication here is more than two-pronged, but I think that two of the dominant issues that prevent desalinated water. Excuse me, I want to add an extra syllable to that word every time, and I don't know why. I think there's two issues with using desalinated water, especially when you get inland as far as Fresno or Mendota. The cost at this point is enormous relative to the output, and the water is going to be twice as expensive as what is available when it's available. Now, if you're producing it and you're pushing it inland and you're putting the burden on wealthier communities, you can make an argument that you can rebalance the load. You can lower their cost with a little bit of runoff, and you can push more runoff back into the valley. Somebody has to build that plant. Is it the taxpayer responsibility? Is it a private industry solution? I tend to think that private industry is going to offer a better solution. They're going to offer a more efficiently run plant. The other problem here is in Sacramento. Because while we are in a drought cycle, and make no mistake, there is a real environmental drought cycle that occurs in California regularly. And there is a shift because of La Nina, because of global warming, because Santa Claus got a late start last year, whatever you want to assign responsibility for, we are in an exceptional drought right now. And it's exacerbated by Sacramento and the environmentalist lobby insisting on things like keeping the Delta water stagnant to accommodate non-indigenous smelt fish, or pushing water through as ocean runoff because of a salmon population. But until Sacramento wraps its head around the fact that they are letting a third of the state dry up and die, we can plug desalination plants in every 5 miles on the coast, and it's not going to change the fact that Sacramento is making bad decisions that are making your life harder, that is making more expensive for farmers to do business, that's making it necessary for farmers to let land sit unused because the price of water versus the price of what they're going to take from their crops doesn't jibe. Nick, I'm totally in favor of desalinization becoming a regular part of our water plan in the state of California. And I'm honest to God, I'm not trying to be a defeatist here, but until Sacramento corrects the craniorectal inversion that seems to be the basis for our water policy in this state, I don't know that it's going to change anything. And I have serious doubts that blowing up Monterey Bay is going to ultimately yield the effect that we want. I appreciate the call, and I hope that it's heard. I hope that there's recognition that there's frustration out there from folks who want to work, who want to grow, who want to produce, who want to feed the world, that they can't do it because of bad policy and a drought that could have been addressed through private market solutions decades ago. We saw this coming. We knew this was going to happen, and nothing got done because it was easier for Sacramento to influence peddle than offer actual solutions. It's the Afternoon Drive at News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. One segment left to play. My name is Philip Teresi. Stick around.
Couple of problems in Fresno. First of all, on East North at Temperance, got a major injury accident there. It's going to be a while before that area is cleared. Some tow trucks have come in. Also, northbound 99 at Herndon, they're cleaning up from a non-injury accident. And in Madera, northbound 99 at Avenue 9, got a collision with possible injuries being reported. I'm Greg Lane with KMJ Traffic.
'Tis the season to dash for $550,000 cash. Win your share of $42,000 weekly at drawings every Thursday and Friday. It's the Holiday Dash for Cash giveaway now through December 23rd. Only at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
My dad, he's a double amputee, and he's one of my favorite people in the world. To me, a hero is someone who fights for our country and freedom. My dad is a hero. All of our troops built this house, and my dad can get through the wide doorways. He can reach anything.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Welcome back to Solar Squabble. Leo here is about to name a community that Solar4U's experts are from. So, Leo?
Fresno.
Not likely.
How about Clovis?
Nope. Top answer on the board is outsourced from wherever.
Well, that's unfortunate because the best work comes right from the people in our own communities, like at Energy Concepts. We've been here over 30 years and are the highest rated SunPower elite dealer in the Valley. Staying local? Now that's a power move.
As a California grower, you understand the fight against salts in your soil. If your crops are affected by salts, you need Retrosol. It's a unique bionutritional product designed to improve crop health on saline soils. Retrosol by Valagro helps flush out harmful salts, improving soil structure and plant health. To learn more, come see us in booth 1934 at the Almond Conference. Go to VillagroUSA.com or call 559-287-7724. Retrosol, protecting crops from high salt stress.
Amanda Nugent Devine, licensed marriage and family therapist, CEO of Kingsview.
Depression is like a vicious dog. It can grab hold and not let go. But depression is not all bad. It can serve an important part of mental wellness. Depression literally has a job to do. One aspect of this job is positive and the other is negative. The positive aspect of depression is that it is always a call to action. It tells us that something in our life or something we are doing is no longer working. It is a smoke alarm alerting us support is needed to get to safety. The negative aspect of depression is, of course, how extremely painful it is to be in its grasp. Depression paints everything you see and feel with a very dark brush. Not only is it miserable to feel depressed and have our normal functioning turned upside down, but it can also be very dangerous. Bottom line, if you are feeling depressed, please tell someone and get support. Asking for help when you need it is the first step to brighter days.
The Mental Health Minute with Amanda Nugent Devine is sponsored by Kingsview.
Folks, there have been some fumbles on the way to the big game, but he's not getting some help to get it done tonight. Here's the throw. He might go all the way. Touchdown!
Regain and optimize your sexual performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to help that bedroom touchdown. Pacific Men's Clinic, safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 559-550-6771. That's 559-550-6771.
Fed up with your water softener and its time-consuming upkeep? Tired of undrinkable water? A LifeSource whole house water system is your solution. LifeSource reduces hard water problems like softeners, but with LifeSource you get more. LifeSource reduces chemicals and contaminants for great water from all faucets, and there's no maintenance. LifeSource installs it, you forget it. For a free consultation, call 559-330-1850 or visit lifesourcewater.com. That's 559-330-1850. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Hello, I'm Megan with Oasis Adult Day Program at Valley Caregiver Resource Center. Here to remind you about the Holiday Hope Toy Drive going on now through December 9th at Oasis, located at 5377 North Fresno Street. Make this Christmas merry and bright for the young boys and girls at the Marjorie Mason Center. Your donation of new toys, books, and children's clothing will help make a child's dream come true. For more information, call me at 559-224-9121.
Live, local, KMJ.
Everything that happens in Fresno's got to run the gauntlet at KMJ. It is such a blessing for you all to have what you have. It's been 100 years of communicating with your community. There's nothing like that for 1,000 miles.
And so ends our broadcast day.
Roll it up on 6 o'clock. It's News Talk 580, 105.9 KMJ. When we started the show, I told you guys sometime before 6 o'clock we were going to have some tickets for you. And technically, I didn't lie. It's not 6 o'clock yet. The Trans-Siberian Orchestra is back. They're going to be at the Save Mart Center. We got tickets for the show on December 1st. Multi-platinum progressive rock group TSO's 2022 winter tour, The Ghosts of Christmas Eve, the best of TSO and more, will be at the Save Mart Center. Tickets on sale now, available through Ticketmaster.com or the Save Mart Center box office. And the Save Mart Center was kind enough to hook us up with some tickets. I actually have 2 pairs to give away right now. Callers number, let's keep it easy. Callers number 5 and 6, 490-5858, 490-5858. Callers number 5 and 6, right now, you're going to get tickets to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra December 1st at the Save Mart Center. Again, tickets furnished courtesy of the Save Mart Center. I got to take the wife and kids to see them. Gosh, I guess that was 2018. And I've been listening to Trans-Siberian Orchestra as Christmas music 25 years now. How far back is the 90s? Don't answer that. And it's a fascinating thing to watch these guys do what they do. I mean, a lot of pyrotechnics, a lot of laser light, fantastic synchronization with the big screens. It is, it's just a good way to spend an evening with the family, and it'll put you in the mood for Christmas. They got a couple of singers out there for some of the songs that have vocal components. It's a great show. And it looks like Mr. Weekly has found our winners. Looks like we're going to get Rob and Julie into the show on December 1st. Again, tickets furnished courtesy of the Save Mart Center. Very excited to see you down there for that. And there are tickets still on sale. If you didn't get through on the phone today, head over to the Save Mart Center box office and grab your tickets. You don't want to miss it. It's a lot of fun. It's a great way to spend the night with the family. And the Save Mart Center is a really, really solid venue for this because you've got to have clearance, man. These guys are flying around, and when I say flying around, I mean at one point you're going to worry about the guitarist's safety. It gets a little nuts. All right, before we go, I saw this, and we had the story last week about the guy that got busted trying to board a plane with a handgun stuffed into a turkey. I don't even think he was arrested, but there's like a $14,000 fine just for trying. The TSA would like to remind you, yes, you can travel with a gun. It just has to be locked up in a piece of checked luggage, unloaded, declared. If you're interested in traveling with your firearm for Christmas, go to your respective airline's website and just check out the requirements. It's not a huge ask. If you're interested in traveling with a turkey, as it happens, that is also possible. They just have packing requirements. There's rules about moving food around, and whether it's cooked, whether it's raw, dictates how you're going to pack it, whether you're going to check it. One of the big things that came across is frozen. Make sure it is frozen like a rock. So when you're checking in, there's no leakage, there's no drippage in the container in which you have secured your holiday needs. I'm going to post a link so you can read all this nonsense because I never thought about flying with a turkey. I got to get out of here. Valley's Legends and Legacies are on the way, along with ABC News and the great one, Mark Levin. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
The Valley's Legends and Legacies are brought to you as a public service by the family of Bill Tatham Sr. for you to experience the value of history as a learning opportunity to inspire your success today and as a spark of your imagination for the future.
Mr. J.P. Bolton, Fresno's weather observer, had his office and living quarters on the top floor of the Farmers National Bank building. On the morning of April 18, 1906, he was awake as usual at 5 a.m. and was looking out his upper story window, making his daily weather prognostications when, all at once, the doors of his room began to swing on their hinges, the windows rattled, and the ground began to shake beneath him. Mr. Bolton was experiencing the massive 1906 San Francisco earthquake. The days of instant communications were far away in 1906. Fresnans had to depend on telegraph messages and the newspaper. Long-distance telephone calls were placed, but they were not reached since San Francisco had the lines all down. The first thought on everybody's mind was how to help. How could the community be rallied to provide relief to the people of San Francisco? And the answer was simple. Use the local phone service. And so for the first time ever on April 19, 1906, Fresnan's telephones were used as a means of general publicity. A bulletin was prepared announcing a citywide meeting. Every home was requested to bring food and provisions that could be picked up at the home. Regular phone service was suspended. The telegraph operators went to their switchboards. They began to call every phone subscriber in the city and read the bulletin. Within 2.5 hours, every subscriber was reached and the message was given. Fresnans responded. The relief effort was a great success. The telephone, a convenient new addition to many homes and businesses, was now a necessity of life. A sign that the 20th century was well on its journey,